Good morning. I'll call the meeting to order. Before we start into our usual order of things, I just wanted to mention a couple of things about this meeting in particular. First of all, we're going to welcome Bill Yarborough, who's one of our newest members appointed by the Commissioner of Agriculture. And Joe Reardon is participating by video as a panelist. He's the other appointee by the Commissioner of Agriculture. And one thing I wanted to say about the meeting is we don't generally do hybrid meetings with some people participating remotely and others in person. We're doing it this time because we had unusual circumstances with two brand new members and too little time between their appointment and the meeting for them to both plan to be here in person. And Commissioner McDonald Gibson is also out of state, and she, I believe, is also planning to join us remotely. So all of that is by way of saying sometimes hybrid meetings can be a little bit awkward because I know I have problems sometimes just making sure I'm checking the screen to know when someone wants to participate, one of the remote panelists wants to participate by speaking. So bear with me if we have some glitches like that. Hopefully the technology is going to be fine. So it may be user error on my end more than anything else, just making sure I'm keeping track of who wants to participate from where. So now that we're beyond that, North Carolina General Statute 138A-15 requires me to remind you at the beginning of the meeting that you have a duty to avoid conflicts of interest and to inquire whether any commissioner has a known conflict of interest with respect to any of the matters on the agenda today. Does anyone know of a conflict of interest? Seeing none, the next order of business is approval of the minutes from the September meeting. Commissioner Bailey?
Yeah, you anticipated.
I saw you move your microphone.
Yes, okay. There's a comment at the end where we have our closing remarks, and the last sentence had a blank in it. And I'd just say, I'd ask to have the last sentence deleted in my comment because I couldn't figure it out either.
Okay, thank you. So, so that was in your comments at the conclusion of the meeting?
Yeah.
So we will strike that last incomplete sentence from Commissioner Bailey's remarks. Are there any other corrections or changes to the minutes? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the minutes with that one change?
This is Commissioner Bailey, and I so move.
Commissioner Bailey moves approval. Is there a second? Second. Commissioner Tweedy seconds. Since we do have remote participants, we're going to need to do roll call votes today. So I don't know if the clerk is prepared to do a roll call. I'm not seeing anyone there. So let's just go around the table, and then I'll go to Commissioner Reardon, who is already online, and hopefully our council will keep track of the vote. So Commissioner Bailey.
Agreed.
Commissioner Baumgartner.
Yeah. Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Commissioner Deerhake. Commissioner Duggan.
Aye.
Commissioner Ellison.
Abstains.
Commissioner Keene.
Aye.
Commissioner Lyerly.
Aye.
Commissioner Solomon.
Aye.
Commissioner Tweedy.
Aye.
Commissioner Weiss.
Aye.
Commissioner Yarborough.
Abstain.
Commissioner Reardon.
Aye.
I did not hear audio. I think that was an abstain, but I did not hear audio on Mr. Reardon, just for the tech folks.
I voted aye. I agree.
It may have been muted. Well, that appears to be unanimous approval with the abstentions. And so the minutes are approved with that one change. The first action item is to request approval of 20 revised local programs for Noose and Tar Pamlico New Development Stormwater Implementation. And that would be Ms. DeConti.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Trish Arconti. I'm with Non-Point Source Planning Branch of Water Resources Division. Today, I'm here to bring to you 19 NUSE and/or our Pamlico local programs for the implementation of revised new development stormwater rules. So let me tell you about those. So the original rules for the news came in 1998, for TAR Pamlico in 2001. The original set of programs was much smaller than we've added. So 15 for news, and TAR Pamlico had 11. In April 2012, there were new rules adopted for both news and TAR Pam. It added several local governments, and 4 of them now have local program or will need to apply the rules in both the Neuse and the TAR Pamlico watersheds. We worked with local governments to create a new model program, which was approved by the EMC in March of 2021. And explicitly set up in the rules was the option of having 2 submittal cohorts for local programs, existing, that is, the ones that were already implementing rules, and those that were newly subject. And EMC approval of programs is required before the local government can adopt the local program and any supporting ordinances that are necessary. So we've broken up, since there are 43 of them, I believe, in total, we've broken them up to bring them to you. And today, not 20, it's 19 of them. We have 8 existing, 3 that are existing but expanding, and then 8 that are completely new programs. Asking for annotation. So in order to help the local governments develop their local programs, we provided several pieces of guidance to them. That's what comprised the local program, or the model program, that was approved in March of 2021. What it consisted of was a local program development guide, because part of what they submit is what you call a local program plan of how they're going to implement the rules, as well as a local ordinance, any other supporting materials to implement this. And then we had a model stormwater ordinance for new development that was based off of a earlier version of model ordinance developed for Falls Lake by Richard Wisnett of UNC School of Government. And then we had a model stormwater management template that we developed in cooperation with the Stormwater MS4 NPDES program, because several of them are also implementing NPDES MS4. And there's the option, since these NUSE and/or TAR Pamlico are considered qualifying alternative programs, that they can be part of the local government's MS4 if they want to do that. We provided a whole lot of guidance through this process, both before the model program was approved and after, including about 10 group MS Teams meetings that were or calls through 2020 and 2021. I had one-on-one calls with at least 20 of the local governments, maybe some of them multiple times, to understand their local issues as we were developing the guidance. We've had numerous discussions prior to submittal, after I've asked them for revisions. I've been there to guide them through development through this entire thing. It's not right.
We have a new star.
Yeah.
The TV works.
So is that this supposed? Doesn't it?
I might be.
Okay. Let's cycle through these.
See if you can read.
Okay. So in the submitted local programs, what I looked for was based on what the requirements of the Noose and Tarpamlico rules are, as well as last year we'd had a request that we make sure that local governments are very clearly addressing the issue of what is development, new development, what is existing development or existing BUA, what is redevelopment, and how to handle that in terms of what statute requires with regard to redevelopment and stormwater. So what I did is I looked through these materials, and there's no standard form that they take. Some of them have a kind of MS4 local program arrangement that also has an ordinance. They all have ordinances that have different arrangements. Even though we provided a model ordinance, only some of them took us up on that. Most of them have very, very different structure to their ordinance. So what I did is I looked for, does it meet the minimum? Is it covering all their bases? Is it ensuring that they're getting this calculation of existing BUA versus new BUA right? Because that is basically the trigger for whether you would implement the rules, if it counts as new development. So we wanted to make sure that was clear, because that was hard for them to understand. And then I would look to make sure that they were covering, I had a checklist to make sure that they were at least meeting the minimum. They may go beyond that, and in many cases, because they're implementing multiple stormwater programs at the same time, many of them had additional requirements. So what I'm bringing to you today are 5 revised existing programs. So the EMC requested changes to these 5 last year as a result of the concerns about how we were how they were describing existing development or existing BUA or redevelopment, that whole part needed to be clarified. So there's 5 of those. There are 3 existing programs that have their first appearance here. 4 of them are split. That is, they implement both Noose and Tarpamlico, and then 7 new ones just for the Noose. So just to cover the timeline, including past actions. So in the past, we brought revised programs to the EMC last year, and implementation started 6 months later after approval. And then in today's set of 19, we brought them to the Water Quality Committee in September. If you approve these as meeting the minimum requirements, then we would instruct them to implement 6 months after we notify them of this approval. So our requested action is that the EMC approve that these 19 local programs for implementation of new development stormwater for Noose and Tarpamlico either meet or exceed the requirements for local program implementation, applicability, and project requirements as described in the rules. And that's all.
So the request by the division is for the EMC to approve the 19 local programs for implementation of new development stormwater. Are there questions for Ms. DeConti? No questions?
What were some of the major kind of differences between the programs that you saw?
So you might have local programs have just the tiniest bit in their ordinance and all of their requirements in their local program. And their ordinance would say, you have to do everything that's in the local program. Others would use the model ordinance, which has pretty much all of the requirements in the ordinance. Large numbers of them, especially the MS4 communities, the older ones, Raleigh and Durham, they all have stormwater manuals, and they're often very elaborate. And so they might have an ordinance and a local program, and then they'd have a stormwater manual where they had a lot of their details about how this was going to be implemented. And I think that's the biggest difference between, in terms of the breadth of local programs.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Bumgarner?
Yeah, I guess my question is either directed to the chair or to staff, one of the two. As a new commissioner, looking at 20 different plans, I'm not exactly sure what I'm approving. We approving that we've, taken staff's word that everything was fine. I couldn't, it was until last night actually seeing that you had the guidance that you had used with the different municipalities, that there was some guide that you used or they used actually to these. So I'm not exactly sure what we're approving and what, as commissioners, we're being asked to do. I've looked through some of the plans. I don't exactly, and maybe it's just me being a new commissioner, not understanding some of the processes before, but I just have that question.
So the basis for the EMC approval is to confirm that these plans are consistent with the EMC adopted model stormwater program. So in the past, the EMC has approved a model stormwater program that lays out what all the elements of these local stormwater programs must be. And so that is the baseline for EMC review. And that model stormwater program is focused on ensuring that each of those local programs includes the necessary elements set out in the EMC's rules, which are based on the water quality standards, classifications, statutory criteria for the Neuse and Tarpam basins. So that's the essential baseline for review, is that EMC approved model stormwater program. Yes, Commissioner Lyerly.
Again, thanks for the presentation. And again, as a relatively new person, I was curious as to the benefit of having the 20 separate programs that represent political boundaries rather than, geological boundaries and so forth, and whether or not the inconsistencies with each of these programs is a burden for people who are living or expanding or developing property and so forth, and whether that burden or the justification for those differences is a consideration in the approval process.
Well, at least in terms of geomorphologically or biogeographically, they're only implementing within the watershed. But in terms of the differences between their ordinances and their methods, it reflects the long history of all of these jurisdictions, when they were first, chartered, how long they've been there, what their approach has been when they started having to implement any kind of environmental regulations or stormwater regulations specifically. I'm sure it's a challenge if you're going between, say, Cary and Raleigh. They're right next to each other. Their ordinances have a very different structure. But I'm not sure what we can do about that.
And I guess I would just add, part of this is also a function of the way the stormwater programs were developed in statute, because the statutes do not create a statewide stormwater program. The statutes directed the EMC to look at specific areas, for example, the water supply watersheds and the nutrient sensitive waters and some other high priority waters for development of mandatory stormwater programs. So we start with a system that's not statewide, that's focused on specific water quality issues. And then the basic structure is to rely on local governments within their jurisdictions to put in place the programs and the ordinances necessary to implement those programs. So most of the direct enforcement authority for these programs comes through the local government's ordinance making authority, which they get directly from the General Assembly. It's not something that EMC has granted to them. They're using their normal planning, zoning, development, regulatory authorities.
So our charge would be to make sure that they maintain a minimum requirement, and whatever else they want to stack on top of their local environment, that's up to them as a body.
That's generally correct in the sense that the EMC is reviewing against the minimum requirements of the EMC's approved stormwater program. And there is some flexibility within the local governments to some extent on how they implement those programs, but they have to have certain mandatory elements to them. There are other, obviously they're also operating, local governments are operating under other statutory limits on their powers. And so those exist too. Those exist again outside the EMC. Those are things they have to abide by, whether they are adopting these stormwater ordinances or other types of local planning and zoning ordinances. Any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Ellison.
Quickly, when did the EMC approve the model guidance approximately?
March of 2021.
Okay. And then my other question is, there are a couple of counties. How do municipalities within those counties, must they comply with the county ordinance and all that, or do they have their own stuff?
So cities or municipalities, all of them would have been named in the rules. Now, I believe that there's the option that counties can apply it in other areas, but none of them chose to do it in anything other than non-municipal areas. So
Yeah,
there's a patchwork.
Yeah, I'll just add that the way that normally works is that the cities have the regulatory authority within their municipal jurisdictions, and the counties have authority over the unincorporated areas. So unless the towns and the county combine to create a joint program, which is possible, it's separated out into their respective jurisdictions, and the counties are just covering the unincorporated areas of the county.
So if a municipality was not named, then are they compelled to follow the county regulations? Okay, thank you.
Any other question? Yeah, Commissioner Deerhick.
I'll just provide a bit of background, and hopefully it'll be a bit comforting with the circumstances. This is a large amount. There are even more. This began during the Water Quality Committee years that I was chair, and Ms. Darconti and her colleagues have worked carefully to help us ensure that we understand the level of review, which is quite rigorous, that they give each and every one. But they have also made a big effort, especially in the past year and a half, to reach out to each of these communities to be certain that they fully understand the flexibility that they have, as well as the conditions under which they are required to comply. Originally, the division even suggested that we delegate this approval authority to the division. But at that time, we thought, because this is a new process, we thought we should at least see the first round of reviews as a body and make that decision, and then maybe at a later time decide whether or not this is something we do want to delegate to the division for decision-making in the future. So given all of that, I will say that it has been a very extensive review by Ms. Darconti. She understands, I think, intimately the circumstances and the flexibility and the limitations that she can provide in that review, and has made a big effort to reach out and correspond with these communities and counties.
Any other questions? Commissioner Tweedy.
I've received a couple of emails this week, as I think other commissioners did as well, questioning whether these rules are compliant with recent session law. As I read the charge there, we're approving whether these plans meet that specific statute there. Is there an additional check or somewhere in the process that if there is something that's not meshing with current or approved session law that's already been passed, that gets corrected elsewhere? Or is that something we need to consider now? Or
So I guess I'll start the response to that question, and then Ms. DeConte may want to add. The EMC's role is to approve or disapprove by reference to the minimum requirements of the EMC's model stormwater program. There are areas, and I think the emails that commissioners received mentioned a couple of statutory changes that are tangentially related to the local ordinances, stormwater ordinances, but not related to the EMC's model stormwater program. So one of the new statute changes has to do with the way in which local governments can require financial assurance for ongoing maintenance of a stormwater system. The EMC's model program does not require financial assurance at all. So no local government, in order to comply with the EMC's model program, has to require financial assurance. That's something some local governments elect to do and others don't. So as we were speaking earlier about the combination of authorities here, the fact that the legislature has perhaps amended a law concerning local authority and limited that authority in some way, that clearly applies to the local government. I guess in my view, I think it's very important for the EMC to stay within its lane in terms of approving or disapproving based on our model program. I think there are going to be times when legislative changes are somewhat related, but outside our criteria. And in that case, I think it's fair for the EMC in communicating its decision to approve a program to also alert the local government to the fact that there is a related change, a tangentially related change in the law that you need to be aware of, because that applies to you even though it's not something directly related to the EMC's program.
Thank you. That answered the question.
Yes, Commissioner Solomon.
To elaborate on that just a little bit, it is confusion at the local government level because I work a lot with local governments. And so they've got, as Commissioner Lyerly said, they've got a lot of things to balance between watershed supply protection area, which is governed by the state, not by local. They've got erosion control stuff to do. They've got the stormwater programs to do. They've got 160D, which is their planning and zoning regulations that are statewide now. So there's a lot of stuff that fits in here. And I think the issue, and Chair and I talked about this yesterday, was our approval will go back to the engineering level here probably, and probably in some cases just get stuck on the consent agenda. So it's not going to the managers necessarily. It's not going to the mayors. If we see something that we are concerned about, we need to make sure we flag that probably, because we don't have a real good standard. And I think we probably do when we do these reviews to say, this is what we were reviewing, this is what we're not. And then there's some things we might have saw along the way, but fair warning, this needs to go up a little higher maybe in your food chain. But there is a lot of confusion, and I think some of these will be approved probably being in local governments before, and they'll say the state approved it, and they'll just take it hook, line, and sinker. Now, is that our problem? You know, it's not, but they are going to say, you know, whether it's tangential or direct, they're going to say EMC approved it. So is it, I don't know that it's our responsibility, and it should slow this down necessarily or not. But in practice, that's what will happen. So I just commented.
Yeah, and one thing we talked about yesterday, which I think was a good suggestion, was if the practice, and this probably is the case, if the practice has been to send back approval letters to the engineering level, to the staff person in the local government who submitted the plan for approval, then one thing the commission could ask the staff in GWR to begin to do is to copy the town manager or whoever seems to be the appropriate, you know, higher level authority in the town on that approval letter, and have the approval letter, as I said, note that there may be other state law changes that affect your ordinances. They're outside the scope of our authority, but be aware of these, and also make sure that that letter gets to someone above the staff level that generated the plan submission. I think that's a good idea.
We can definitely do that, you know, our letters would go to town manager, planning director, if they're not already going to, and then whatever direct contact I have with advisory, that there were statutory changes that happened this year they need to be aware of, that please review their ordinances, that we did not look at these because they may not be directly related at all, so.
Are there any other questions? Yes, Michael.
As this was wending its way through the process with the Water Quality Committee, were there any issues that came up that were particularly challenging, either with the bulk process or with any of the individual plans?
What, before the statutory changes or unrelated to the statutory changes or?
But just
just in
as
general?
as the approval, the plan development
Mhm.
and the approval process by the EMC, it started with Water Quality Committee, right?
Correct.
So were any issues raised in the Water Quality Committee that presented challenges, and if so, how were they resolved?
Well, the last significant one I can think of is last year, there was concern about how local governments were defining either development, new development, or redevelopment, or existing development. There's a whole set of concepts that are related, that are specified in statute, that are very particular, that are determine whether something counts as new development and then whether the rules would apply. And it was difficult for a lot of them to understand. Some of them had much less than acceptable. They'd have kind of vague description of what this was. So that was brought up last year, and we looked at all the local programs that we brought today with a much harder eye, looking at how they are describing existing BUA or existing development to make sure that it's clear.
I'll just follow up on that with one question. Is it the case that 5 of these were programs that were sent back for changes based on
Yes.
initial review? So yes, that initial review process can sometimes generate issues of consistency with the EMC program. And in that case, there were several that last year were sent back to the local government with a request to clarify sections of their ordinance. And 5 of those are in this package today. They've come back after that process. Commissioner
I
Solomon?
just support what they said, but local government wise, the build upon area, the redevelopment, development, the contiguous properties like a road with DOT or a city road, all those things have been in their ordinances for years. And they're not keeping up with the changes either, not faulting them, but they have the same turnover everybody else does. So when we throw this stuff on them, you got oftentimes a new set of eyes trying to get it updated. And they've got these precedents set. And until somebody can tell them this has changed, they'll keep just doing what they've been doing, and that leads to problems. So, and I think the Water Quality Committee did a good job. We broke these up. It took us a year and a half or so to do it, but we broke them up and tried to cleanse them, if you will, the best we could. So as a commission. So I think all that's positive. We just don't know exactly what changed in the state law exactly, but in some way or form, this needs to move this meeting or next and just put it behind us, I think. But there are some lessons learned we need to take from this, I think, so.
Did Commissioner Tweedy, did you have a question? No. Commissioner Bailey?
I think that this is what Commissioner Solomon said, but are any of these in areas where, I'm looking at the administrative code, are any of these areas where they've never even had a stormwater plan? Or are these all modifications to an existing one?
I don't believe that we added any with the revision in 2020 that weren't already either part of the MS4 program or had some kind of stormwater program. There were some from the first set they actually adopted they used the new model ordinance because they just didn't have an awful lot of experience with stormwater implementation. Those are counties that have not very much development, but there were none that I can think of that
It had absolutely no plan whatsoever?
Yeah,
before?
that were, brand new to it.
Yeah, so they all had something in their ordinance.
Mhm.
And then the model model ordinance we adopted in 2021 just helped more of them out
Yeah.
as compared to someplace like Raleigh that had a whole manual. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions in the room? And then I was going to go to the panelists. Commissioner Baumgartner?
So next phase, if the commission approved moving forward with this, it goes to the local municipality to go through their commissioners for review and implementation.
That's correct.
That's correct. So what we do is we notify them, and then they have 6 months from the notification to both adopt the ordinance, adopt the local program itself, and oftentimes they're just kind of inseparable, and then to actually start implementing the local program and applying the ordinance.
So there's other bites of the apple on this on the local level to make sure it's compliant with state law.
Yeah.
Going forward.
That's correct. It goes through the normal ordinance making process at the local level. Commissioner Keen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of questions, if I might, starting back with the stakeholders and the time that we have spent, or you have spent in your staff listening to this over a period of time. Thank you so much for certainly doing what you have done and the hard work with the local entities and the governances. I guess my concern here is a letter that was sent from the North Carolina Chamber to all the commissioners and others by the Director of Governmental Affairs. And the question I guess I have is with the numbers of municipalities or the entities that have given their place in this document, Cary, City of Durham, I won't read them all, but there are 20, and some no comments. But the majority of them, I wanted to ask you, are they being surmised by the chamber, the North Carolina Chamber, or the individual who wrote this? Or are they actual documentations from the municipalities like Raleigh saying it is unclear whether Raleigh's stormwater ordinance complies with general statute concerning existing development and redevelopment activities, particularly those brought forth by session law, the one that we've discussed, 2023-137. So I guess my question is, and it struck me yesterday when I heard one of the commissioners, I think it was Commissioner Ellison, comprehensive land use plans and going and doing these things as we do them here and how it affects. But the municipalities that are listed here in this letter, did they actually send letters from, I guess, stakeholders anticipating this individually and studying it through the process? Did they send letters to you with the confusion that this indicates? Did you
None
get
of these are
specific letters
comments.
from municipalities?
None of these are comments from local governments. As far as I understand, those comments were from the NC Home Builders Association, and the Chamber of Commerce basically said, yeah, we're concerned about this too.
I guess a follow-up then, Madam Chair, if I could. The follow-up then is if there is no direct communicate from them to you, and then we're sitting here going over this, and as far as maybe it is confusion moving forward, and we're having to go back to these county managers or commissioners or councilmen and explain this to them, along with the business partners and economic development partners that they have in their municipalities and residential, putting people, housing and so forth, affordable housing, whatever it might be. So as we go through this, what's the answer for staff to move forward in anticipating this if we approve it today?
So what I would do for each of the letters is that I would advise them of the potential, of the session laws that have come through in the past year and where they might want to look in their ordinances generally for any conflicts or how that might apply to them. For instance, one is regarding water supply watershed. And I would tell them, if you have water supply watershed, then you might want to look at your ordinance. Others, I can let them know that we received concerns from the Home Builders Association, and just to be very mindful, ask their lawyers to look carefully at these statutes and see whether it conflicts with what they have presently or what they are submitting to us.
Thank you.
Mr. Solomon?
Just to follow up, do you feel, Trish, that if we get comments back, we're not going to, if we approve today, will we get in a quagmire a month ago that say, you guys should have caught this, you didn't see? I mean, does staff feel good enough about it at this point to know we're not going to get out in front of our skis here and someone?
I think we're going to be fine. There was only one change that potentially had very direct relationship to our rules. And we'd actually already kind of anticipated that, and that was regarding how that net change in existing BUA or in BUA was calculated. And we understood already that this was very confusing to local governments from previous versions. And I looked very carefully at what the new statute said and how we were instructing them to do this calculation. And I see no conflicts there. So that's the only one I could see that potentially could have been a real problem. And I think we've averted that because we've been very careful. It's a complicated concept to think about this net change in built upon area, not necessarily that it's an exact BUA that stays in place. But other things, I don't believe, I think they're each going to have to address it on their own because some of them, I don't really know how it's going to affect them.
Any other questions here? Commissioner Ellison?
So there is a financial burden of compliance on the municipalities. Is there any financial support from the state to help with that?
There is not, no.
Thank you.
Mr. Barbara?
Will local staff be able to address this with the staff as they have today, in your opinion?
I am going to encourage them to talk to their legal counsel. Some of them are probably not going to be sure how this applies to them. Some of the statutory changes. And they're probably going to need their counsel to advise them how it affects them.
Can I just add to that, the changes that we're talking about at this point are the changes to state law that are outside the scope of the EMC's model program. And so those are statutory changes the local governments will have to respond to no matter what the EMC does. Any other comments? Yes, Commissioner Solomon.
No, I just want to say, to help us move along, I think there's two options here, and I can make that motion. When we take it like it is and approve it today, or maybe three options. Approve it like it is today with a letter that we include to the managers, the city managers and the attorneys, so it'll go higher up the food chain. And then one, we send the letter and approve it next time in January. So I mean, I think there's three options here we could do, but I do think that letter needs to go with this approval that we talk about for a higher level.
Before entertaining a motion, let me recognize the two commission members who are online. So Commissioner McDonald Gibson has also joined us online. And if you can, if the IT folks can unmute Commissioner Reardon and Commissioner Gibson, then I'll ask Commissioner Reardon first if he has any questions or comments that he would like to make.
Yeah, this is Joe Reardon. I don't have any comments or questions. Obviously, I'm new to this. I did receive the same email and have some of the
And
same
Commissioner
concerns.
Gibson, do you have any questions or comments?
No, I don't have any questions or comments. Thank you, though. I'm not sure if people can hear me.
And I hope our connections are working.
And
Yeah,
this
speakers
was
need to
Joe.
hear,
Were
I
you
think,
able
yeah.
to hear me?
No.
This is Joe Reardon. Were you able to hear me?
No,
Yeah,
we
it's-
can't hear them.
Yeah, we cannot hear you.
Okay. Well, we're speaking. It's just that you can't hear us, and it's recording us. I see that.
They need a special panel.
Apparently everyone online can hear, so let me see if I can do this.
I'm going to speak here. So I can't hear it.
So you've got
Potential feedback.
Yeah.
Can you hear us now?
So do we know whether Commissioners Reardon and Gibson can have audio that we can hear.
Heard online, but just.
Oh, that's a problem.
So we can hear each other, I think, but
Commissioner
y'all
Gibson
can't
says
hear
she
us.
does not have any questions at the moment. She can hear fine, obviously. No issue.
So we may have to unfortunately rely on the chat function. And Council Reynolds is keeping an eye on that. So Commissioner Gibson has indicated she doesn't have any questions. Commissioner Reardon, if there's a way for you to enter the chat function when you have comments or questions, we'll also have to deal with the vote.
I don't have any
Please do
questions at this
that.
time.
Commissioner Deerhake.
Well, I will just report, I know that Commissioner Solomon was unable to attend the September meeting, but I will report that for the Water Quality Committee, the motion was to recommend approval. So the committee is passing that along to the full commission.
So Commissioner Reardon indicates he doesn't have any questions or comments. So Commissioner Solomon,
Okay, if you're ready for the motion.
that's fine.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that we approve, two-part motion. We approve these today, go back to the local government. Part two is that we send the letter that's included to the town manager and planning director, as well as the engineering director, whoever sent it up the food chain.
Hey.
To make them aware of these noted things you've seen in the recent legislation or that other people have seen in the recent legislation. So that's a two-part motion. We approve, but we also send the letter.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Carter. Any discussion of the motion? Seeing none, we need to do a roll call again. And if the clerk's prepared to do the roll call, that would be helpful, starting with the folks in the room and then going to the participants online who will have to vote by chat. Aye.
Approved, yeah, aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
I don't vote.
Eddie Solomon,
Aye.
Kevin Tweedy,
Aye.
Jill East,
Aye.
Bill Yarborough,
Abstain.
and Joseph Reardon.
So Commissioners Reardon and Gibson, if you could indicate whether you choose to vote.
Commissioner Reardon has abstained and Commissioner Gibson's voted aye.
Were you able to hear that?
It's recorded in the chat.
I was asking
Oh,
if
I'm sorry, I
Lois
thought
could
you were
hear it.
asking.
No.
Sorry. Oh,
That's fine. So Commissioner Reardon abstains, Commissioner Gibson votes aye. So motion's approved. Thank you, Ms. Darconti.
Right, thanks.
The next action item is request for approval of proposed rule revisions and fiscal note on amendments to the air quality rules for gasoline dispensing stations, gasoline service stations and dispensing facilities. Thank you so much. Actually, while we are setting up the next presentation, I will let the legal counsel go back and take care of one administrative matter we weren't prepared for at the very beginning of the meeting, which is that he needs to read into the record the ethics review letters for the two newest EMC members. So he will do that now, and then we'll go to the action item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the commission knows, from its last meeting when we were able to welcome in officially, Commissioners Ellison and Baumgartner. The Ethics Act requires that a portion of the Ethics Commission's evaluation of the statements of economic interest of new members, the relevant portions of those evaluations are read into the minutes, and the evaluations themselves are kept in the records of the commission. And as is the case, or was the case in when the commission met in Morehead City, we have two more today. And so I will read those in alphabetical order. The first being with Commissioner Reardon, to whom I extend my warmest welcome, as I know the other commissioners, the commissioners themselves. I'm not a commissioner, unless Commissioner Solomon's upset with me, and that's usually when he refers to me as a commissioner. But so I will start with his and begin with, it's a letter to Commissioner Troxler, who is the appointing authority for the seat held currently by Mr. Reardon, who has already taken his oath of office and been sworn in. Dear Commissioner Troxler, our office has received Mr. Joseph W. Reardon's 2023 Statement of Economic Interest as a prospective appointee to the Environmental Management Commission. We have reviewed it for actual and potential conflicts of interest pursuant to Chapter 138A of the North Carolina General Statutes, also known as the State Government Ethics Act. We did not find an actual conflict of interest, but found the potential for a conflict of interest. The potential conflict does not prohibit service on this entity. The Environmental Management Commission is responsible for adopting rules for the protection, preservation, and enhancement of the state's air and water resources, including adopting rules and regulations regarding air and water quality standards, emission control standards, and classifications for air containment sources. It goes on to describe further responsibilities of the commission, and then specific to Mr. Reardon, or Commissioner Reardon, the letter found that Mr. Reardon is the senior director of the food safety for the National Association of State Departments of Agriculture, NASDA. He owns property in more than one county, including Onslow County, which could be impacted by decisions made by the commission. In addition, he owns financial interests in non-publicly owned companies, including the property management consulting company, the Reardon Group. Therefore, Mr. Reardon has a potential for a conflict of interest and should exercise appropriate caution in the performance of his public duties should issues involving any entity in which he owns or has a financial interest in, or any entity or person with which he is associated come before the commission for official action. In addition to the conflict standards noted above, the Act prohibits public servants from accepting gifts from lobbyists or lobbyist principals, persons, or entities that seeking to do business with the public servants agency, or is regulated or controlled by that agency, or has a financial interest that might be affected by their official actions. And it also prohibits anyone in seeking in return for being influenced or financial gain for anyone seeking to be influenced in the discharge of their official responsibilities. So as I noted, that letter will be, the full version of the letter will be included in the commission's records and available by the public available for inspection by the public. Now to Mr. Yarborough. Before I read it, I just wanted to note that Mr. Yarborough and I have a long-standing relationship. I've worked with Mr. Yarborough in the past, as many of you know, through my work with the Soil and Water Conservation Commission, and I will sully his reputation long enough to say that I consider him a friend and somebody who I have enjoyed working with.
And I won't challenge that.
And you won't challenge that. That was how we became friends. So I'll also extend my heartfelt welcome to you as well, Mr. Yarborough. So again, to the letter to Commissioner Troxler, our office has received Mr. Yarborough's 2023 Statement of Economic Interest as a prospective appointee to the Environmental Management Commission. We have reviewed it for actual and potential conflicts of interest pursuant to Chapter 138A of the North Carolina General Statutes, also known as the State Government Ethics Act. We did not find an actual conflict of interest, but found the potential for a conflict of interest. The potential conflict identified does not prohibit service on this entity. Mr. Yarbrough is a member of the Haywood Waterways Association, the WNC Communities, and the NC Association of Soil and Water Conservation Districts. I think that's supposed to include supervisors. As such, he has a potential for a conflict of interest and should exercise appropriate caution in the performance of his public duties should issues involving these entities come before the commission for official action. When this letter cites an actual or potential conflict of interest, the conflict must be recorded in the minutes of the applicable board and brought to the membership's attention by the board's chair as often as necessary to remind all members of the conflict and to help ensure compliance with the act. And that's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's all we need to do. Just read it into the record. So back to the next action item, which is the request for approval of the air quality rules.
One moment.
Apparently Philip's dramatic reading was not sufficient to keep everyone in the room. At the top.
My best work yet.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. We're ready to switch over to air quality?
Yes.
Fine. I'm an engineer with the Division of Air Quality, and I prepared this fiscal note and this rule revision going before you, along with my supervisor, engineer Katie Quinlan, and my coworker Brad Nelson. This is just acronyms and abbreviation screen, but I will point your attention to the ORVR acronym, which may be new. And that's the onboard refueling vapor recovery. So that's actually on the vehicles themselves. So this is an O2Q rule, which has to do with our permitting and air quality. And the 800s are part of our exclusionary set of rules. And particularly 802 references gasoline service stations and dispensing facilities. And here you can see if they emit under a certain number of tons per year, they are excluded. Specifically for gasoline service stations, they're not only excluded from the Title V requirements, but additionally the synthetic minor permitting requirements if they're under a certain number of gallons throughput. So here is the current rule as it stands, which was put into effect in 1995, and the values for these throughput thresholds has not changed since this time. And we are proposing for that to change because in 1998, the EPA started to implement vapor recovery systems, the ORVR, in 1998. And by 2012, the EPA estimated that 85% or more of the vehicle fleet had this emissions vapor recovery equipment installed on the vehicles. So what we're proposing here is to increase the value of the daily throughput to 52 million gallons from where it was at 15 million gallons. And it sounds like quite a jump, but it actually goes to show how efficient the ORVR technology is on the vehicles themselves. This is not a technology change at the service stations. This is actually a technology change on the vehicles themselves, complying with federal regulations. And you may yourself have noticed this, pumping gasoline for yourself on your vehicle, it smells a little different. Of course, all gasoline stations within North Carolina still must comply with our Rule 928, which has to do with stage 1 vapor recovery that the station is responsible for. This is the actual change to the rule. And one thing I will note is that the reporting requirements as a service station facility approaches that threshold of 52 million, their reporting requirements changes. So once they get about 7 million gallons away, They need to start reporting every 12 months how much throughput they're having. And then when they get even closer, just 2 million gallons away, it needs to be biannual. So that's twice a year reporting. And that's just so they know themselves, hey, you're getting close to this threshold, you might want to go ahead and apply for synthetic minor permit, which is actually what happened previously with our current rule. So we recalculated this 52 million, as I explained, based on EPA recommendation that had gone out previously. And this is something that we would normally have caught during our readoption process. And then in the readoption cleanup, we would have proposed this, but it had a fiscal impact no matter how minor. And so it was not appropriate to put it in the readoption cleanup package. And so these are pretty straightforward calculations. We did have our in-house engineer that has to do with mobile source modeling confirm that indeed North Carolina's fleet is 85% or more with the ORVR technology installed. So we didn't just go by EPA's estimate, although their estimate was very accurate. So I mentioned earlier that there are current facilities impacted by this proposed rule change. Currently, there are 4 gasoline service stations in North Carolina whose throughput is potentially greater than 15 million. They got close enough to that 15 million gallons. They wanted to go ahead and put in an application for the synthetic minor permit. And while they're still avoiding the Title V permitting because they're under the tons per year emissions, these were getting close enough to synthetic minor. And there is a 5th one that is also going through the permit application process. So the fiscal impacts of the private sector includes a lot of like labor activities having to do with the permit application itself, and then the reporting requirements. That particular permit is on an 8-year cycle. So you'll notice in our fiscal prep documents for this, we did an 8-year analysis, and that's why. It's because that's how long the permit lasts for. And of course, for DAQ staff, it's kind of a break even for us. The funds that we receive for the permits almost exactly match up to the labor involved in reviewing these. So here you can see our net present value and the 8-year cycle that this goes across. The primary part of this proposed rule change will be a savings to the private sector and the gasoline facilities themselves, the ones that we identified impacted by this change. We did consider, of course, the environmental impact with this change. Would there be any health impacts? But because the equipment efficiency has changed so drastically, we made the calculation to the 52 million threshold to be under any impact to the public. So that was kind of baked into the new threshold limit, that there wouldn't be an impact. That was kind of a starting point. So this is our projection for the rulemaking. Here we are in November. We are requesting to move forward to public hearing on this and have a public comment. And then we will come back in March to hopefully see you again after a successful public hearing. So this is our formal recommendation written out for you for the 15A NCAC 02Q 802 rule and accompanying fiscal note, and for there to be an appointed hearing officer for this. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer. There may or may not be any, depending on if you guys had a chance to look through this ahead of time.
Are there any questions? Commissioner Solomon?
I just comment, no questions. I thought the regulatory impact analysis was very good. You guys had hourly rates and a lot of rigor there, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other comments? Commissioner Keen?
The service stations, were they represented in any way of an economic impact analysis for them, for these upgrades for the vehicle, but how will it reflect back on them as far as the equipment, the processing of the distribution? the distribution, the hoses, the machinery and all of this, that's,
Yeah, so from a facility standpoint for the station owners, there's really no change for them except for these particular 5 indicated Costco-owned facilities. And they're actually, this was a facility issue that they brought up to a local, one of our regional permitting staff, who also reviewed our calculations to make sure that we were getting that threshold right, that new 52 million threshold. Because we wanted to make sure that we were reflecting the technology. As far as the station owners, they don't have any control over the light duty vehicles coming to their stations and the equipment on those. It would be the owners of those vehicles that control the emissions equipment there. And for stage 1 vapor recovery equipment, which is on all of our gas stations in North Carolina, we don't have stage 2, we have stage 1. That is under our 900 rules, that 928 rule that is referenced. If you read 802, it actually kind of starts off as a preamble that all the gas stations that are allowed to be exempt must still comply with our 928 rule, which has to do with vapor recovery.
Gotcha.
And that's just all vapor recovery is. It's when you're displacing the liquid in the tank and you're putting it in, where's the vapor part going to go? It's just getting recaptured. And that's what's happening internally within these vehicles. That's the ORVR technology. It's just a recapturing. So it's not going out into the ambient air.
got you. Thank you.
Any other questions? Let me check on the panelists. So let's unmute Commissioner Reardon, and I believe some adjustments have been made, and we'll see if the audio works in the room now. If you can unmute him.
We will do a test. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. It's not terribly loud, but we can hear you. Do you have any
Fantastic.
questions or comments?
I don't. I appreciate the ability to vote previously and abstain from those. I think the dialogue around some of what was presented about the counties and the potential compliance with the state laws is things that I have an interest in, but no other comments at this time.
Thank you. So if we can unmute Commissioner Gibson and see if she has any questions or comments.
I don't have any comments. I also appreciated the regulatory impact analysis, and it looks like this change would benefit everyone. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion? What the staff has requested is that the EMC authorize a public hearing on these proposed rule amendments and fiscal note. Commissioner Deerhake?
Thank you. The Air Quality Committee heard this item in September and voted to bring it to the full commission with a recommendation that the EMC authorize a public hearing on the proposed rule amendments to 15A NCAC 02Q 0802 and accompanying fiscal note, and for the chair to appoint a member of the EMC to serve as hearing officer. We did have an extended discussion, ask a number of very important questions, I think, and we feel like we are ready to take it to public hearing. There are still some probably concerns about, from the public that have been expressed about the validity of the emission factors with this technology, but I think those can be considered as part of the public hearing process.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second.
Commissioner Carter seconds. Any discussion of the motion? Any discussion in the room? Seeing none. Do either of the two commissioners online have any discussion on the motion? Let's begin with Commissioner Reardon.
So for your performance.
None at this time. Thank you.
Here is an asker.
Thank you. Commissioner Gibson.
None at this time.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second, and we will have to do a roll call vote. Aye.
Commissioner Carter,
Aye.
Commissioner Baumgartner,
Aye.
Commissioner Drake,
Aye.
Commissioner Duggan,
Aye.
Commissioner Ellison,
Aye.
Commissioner King,
Aye.
Commissioner Lowry,
Aye.
Commissioner Gibson,
Aye.
Commissioner Reardon,
Aye.
Commissioner Solomon,
Aye.
Commissioner Tweedy,
Aye.
Commissioner Yarborough,
Aye.
and Commissioner Weiss. Aye.
And so the motion is approved. Thank you very much. And let me suggest before we start into the series of information presentations on PFAS rulemaking, that we take a 5-minute break. Try to keep it to 5 minutes. Don't make me use my mom voice.
Got a ring. It's like a gavel.
You have to borrow Marion's cane. She's armed. All right, thank you. Information items. So the first information item, and these are related to PFAS issues, but the first presentation is Assistant Secretary Mays Moore.
It's good.
Good morning, members of the commission. Again, I'm Sushma Mace-Moore. We're returning here again to provide an information item. This is a fairly lengthy information item, so please sit back and hopefully enjoy a fairly long information and related to PFAS and what we know. This is a series of awareness building, bringing you all up to speed on where things are related to PFAS. Today's approach is to provide a background on the science of PFAS, building the justification for bringing those PFAS for standards development, and to give you an opportunity to ask questions related to the human health studies that are the foundation behind the approach that we're going to be bringing to you next year. And in January, we'll come back again, as I'll show you, with another set of information items that will get into the details of the analytical approach and the methodology that we will use to provide the computations for the standards themselves, but also the regulatory impact associated with the rulemaking. So I'm going to cover why PFAS are a priority at state and national level. You all are aware of it, but I'll talk to you a little bit at a high level what other states are doing and what EPA is doing. Secondly, we're going to cover why protecting drinking water systems is the key tenet towards our standards development process. And I'll go through some of the logic behind that. As a state, we must plan and protect our drinking water systems and how this complementary standards can support that. And the third, I'll talk about why we're focusing on upstream source reduction for PFAS as a starting point for getting a management strategy out as a state. And then finally, we'll cover a little bit about, as we approach this first time ever standards development for PFAS, what guiding principles we're following at DEQ, and to be able to relate that to you all, what our approach is, and just an overall timeline. And then after I'm finished, our team will talk about the science behind it, and then what our current understanding, what the affected sources would look like. So as you know, PFAS is an acronym for per and polyfluoroalkyl substances. These are manufactured chemicals that have been in the environment and that have been used in the industry, in our consumer products for many, many decades. They are not new. These are thousands of organic chemicals that are used in everything from clothing to food packaging to every material that we have on Earth, pretty much. It does make our modern life a convenience and also a necessity. However, as we're learning more, many of these PFAS do not break down efficiently. They break down very slowly, and they remain in the environment for a forever time. They are found to be building up in people, in animals, and the environment. And so it has a tendency to accumulate, and that accumulation is what we are trying to address. There are increasing number of scientific studies, both nationally as well as globally, that are showing that exposure to PFAS in the environment are linked to adverse health effects in humans as well as animals. The amount of studies are increasing at an exponential rate. So what you would find just a year ago or 3 years ago or 5 years ago are much different than what we have when we were starting talking about PFAS. And so as the science is evolving, we as environmental management decision makers must also evolve with our thinking. And so our goal today is to bring you state of the science for those PFAS where we have the most knowledge, and hope that this commission will support building a process towards its reductions and control. So the states are addressing this on their own in the lack of federal oversight. EPA has now, in the last couple of years, it released its roadmap. And under that roadmap, the EPA is looking at all of its environmental programs and how PFAS are related. Many of them result in not only research, but also rule changes, standards being developed, advisories being released, and a variety of those kind of related actions. Similar actions are taken by the FDA, the CDC, and other federal agencies related to PFAS. And one thing I will note is that the states that are developing their own regulations and or addressing within their own programs is as a result of necessity. Most of the states that are leaders in this space, including North Carolina, are doing that because we have either manufacturing facilities or large-scale formulators that we have found PFAS in our waters, in our surface waters, drinking water, our groundwater, our soil, in our air. And so those states that have had to deal with large-scale contamination from such sources are at the forefront of that analysis, scientific building, and then addressing those issues at the state level. And as a result, those states are also proposing similar regulations. Some have already proposed those regulations, they're in effect. And many of them are actually going back and readjusting those regulations because of the new science being brought to everyone's attention. And so I'm going to start with the why this is so important. And primary tenet, as I mentioned, is protecting drinking water. EPA in its first action, the first ever proposed regulation related to PFAS, addresses the Federal Drinking Water Act. As you know, under the Drinking Water Act, EPA must set national drinking water standards to protect against human health effects from exposure to both naturally occurring and man-made contaminants. This applies to all public water systems. I'm sorry, the slide's cut off here, and I'll fix that later. This applies to all public water systems that serve 15 or more connections or 25 or more people within a 60-day period or more. And so generally, those public water systems are grouped into community systems, which is where a majority of North Carolina's public water systems are housed. It is also categorized as non-transient and non-community systems, as well as transient non-community systems. So prior to developing the National Drinking Water Primary Standards, we call MCLs, EPA first released its health advisory levels. So this was in June of 2022. These are lifetime drinking water health advisory levels for 4 PFAS chemicals. The first one is PFOA, the second one is PFOS, third one is Gen-X chemicals, and then the fourth is PFBS. These advisory levels are advisories, they're guidance. They're not meant to be regulatory standards or enforceable standards for drinking water systems. This was released as a result of many community systems, many organizations asking for EPA to provide some initial guidance as to what levels are considered safe. And as a result of that, these were released. They do form the beginning foundation for EPA's ultimate standards development for drinking water systems, which is setting MCLGs, or maximum contaminant level goals. Soon after that, the EPA released its proposed primary drinking water standards for PFAS. And here they released it for 6 chemicals, again for PFOA and PFOS. They proposed the MCLG, again relying on those advisories that I just mentioned, to level of 0. But the proposed MCLs, which are enforceable levels under the drinking water, primary drinking water standards, is set at 4 parts per trillion. The reason EPA set this at 4 parts per trillion is important to know for this commission is because it is not measurable or detectable at the level that they deemed safe for human consumption. And as a result, the 4 parts per trillion is established as the analytical capability of labs for those chemicals. The remaining chemicals, for the first time, EPA is not setting individual MCLGs or MCLs. They are combining it as a mixture, as a hazard index, as a parameter that they're using to allow the collective impact of more than one PFAS chemicals. And in a moment, I'll show you how this is affecting a few of our drinking water systems to be brought into the requirements as a result of the hazard index proposed value. So what are we doing in North Carolina? We know we have, through our measurements, through the national, our own PFAS network, as well as the work that we've done through the department and other entities, that we are finding PFAS in North Carolina's water, air, and soil. But most importantly, our work has dealt with the manufacturing facility that has affected the water supply and the drinking water in private wells for many counties in the Southeast. And so as a result, we released this action strategy for PFAS about 2 years ago, and it laid out all the areas that we are focusing on. Our primary objective was to protect those residents that we know are exposed by identifying those communities and letting them know of the risks associated with those known PFAS. We are working with potential sources of those communities where we detected PFAS. Now we're using the proposed values as a way to determine its potential trigger levels to be able to identify where those sites are. And the third bullet, which is part of our strategy, is come to you all for the next step, which is, and we're at a knowledge level to produce the regulatory standards that can be established for the regulation of the sources contributing to future releases of PFAS. And then finally, we know, as I said, this has been around for decades. We have sites and areas that are found to be contaminated. And so addressing those existing areas of contamination must be also a priority. And so it's a two-prong approach. How do we stop the release of future PFAS contaminants known to have adverse human health effects? And how do we clean up those sites that we know exist today? So in order to build this knowledge, we are limited in doing the scientific studies ourselves, but we are good at collecting data, and we are good at analyzing that data, and we know where to look. And so all of our divisions over the last several years have embarked on all the capability that they have with the resources that we have available. And I'll go through quickly things that we've done related to the groundwater monitoring. Groundwater systems support approximately 50% of drinking water use in the state. And so the data that we have for groundwater systems provide important information on what are we seeing and what levels are we seeing PFAS. The DWR team already monitors over 700 wells as part of its ambient network system. And we are in the process of completing monitoring all of these systems in the coming months. This has been a process, and depending on resources, we're going through it all. But the largest work has been with the public water systems. Public water systems supply over 9 million people in the state. Currently, 380 municipal water systems were tested by the PFAS network in 97 counties. And I provided some of this overview about a year ago. Based on that data, we did identify that there are these top sites that had elevated levels of those PFAS I mentioned. We retested them in 2022. And out of those 50 drinking water systems, 43 were found to have concentrations above the proposed MCLs. We're also completing, in fact, probably this week or next week, all 655 smaller privately owned systems in schools and daycares relying on public water system supply. And the results of this, I'll show you in a few minutes as to how this is informing the groundwater supply data as well as surface water supply drinking water systems. For surface water, these are discharge entities that are releasing their discharges into the rivers and basins. We have data from about 27 of these publicly operated treatment facilities in the Cape Fear River Basin. We're also adding NPDES in our permits, PFAS sampling requirements to industrial dischargers known to have discharges or those industries that are associated with that. And we're in the process of adding PFAS sampling to POTWs to know what's in their discharge. And then finally, for private wells, which are not regulated by this commission or by under control by DEQ, we must not forget those private well owners because it's part of what we do affects them. Most of North Carolina is rural. They rely on private wells. And when a site or an area is contaminated and groundwater is contaminated, people's wells are contaminated. And those receptors are highly sensitive to what we see. And so our team at Division of Waste Management has developed a variety of programs to support sampling, testing, communication, but also develop a pilot program to assist with filtration when we can, if they're unable to afford and they qualify. And those programs are just being launched, and we're trying to address this at multiple levels. And this is a map I wanted to share where the groundwater network looks like. So at minimum, we have PFAS collection data for all of these sites here. Many of these sites do support those drinking water systems that rely on groundwater supply. And in addition to that, as I mentioned, there's been ongoing PFAS monitoring through our various divisions, and we have additional groundwater data. And so the takeaways here are those drinking water systems that are relying on groundwater supply. We know that 1,849 systems are out there. And then of these, 1,500 or so serve less than 500 people. But what our data shows is that based on sampling of about 60% of the available systems, we're going to complete this over time. 17% of those sites are above the MCLs. And this gives you an idea of about 196 to 200 sites that provide drinking water supply that receive their water from groundwater systems are at MCLs or it has an index above the proposed EPA levels. And that's a key takeaway. The other key takeaway is those private drinking water wells that we have been testing, hundreds and thousands of them, we have found many that are above at the MCLs, so hazard index. And we are working with the available resources to inform them and provide alternate bottled water or filtration systems. And this is what the available data for drinking water systems look like. What we're showing you here is the data that's available from the PFAS network, the data that our staff has collected in the last 3 months for the small system that I talked about, the data we have collected through our other large system monitoring from last year. And also utilities are also collecting their own data. So we have pulled all of that together, including the UCMR5 reporting that EPA is now requiring is phasing in for drinking water supplies systems. So at the end of the day, the takeaways are that if we want to protect those primary drinking water systems, we need to look at the sources that are contributing to their exceedances, those levels that are above those MCLs. So when EPA comes out with the final MCLs, they will have 3 years to comply. And those drinking water systems, which I'm showing you here on the right, bottom right, will have to either put on treatment system or address obtain a different kind of source supply of water in order to make sure what people are drinking is below the MCLs or the hazard index. And as I mentioned earlier, that those systems that are relying on the surface water supply, over 32% of them on average were above the MCLs or hazard index. So almost a third of our sources that will be getting water from surface water are going to not meet the federal standard. So how does a drinking water system comply with such a standard? They will have to pass on the cost of that treatment to the ratepayers if they choose to put on PFAS treatment technologies. But there is an alternative way, and we have a time to address the surface water itself. And as EPA looks at the primary drinking water standards, it is up to the states to handle the surface water standards. And that's what the logic behind our proposal is, if we address the upstream sources, that the impact and the burden to those drinking water systems would be reduced. And as a result, the cost impact for those ratepayers will be reduced. And so it is not a cost that's borne by one group of people that are usually downstream of such sources, but that it is borne across all contributors. So part of our rulemaking effort is to acknowledge that the pollution that's released from upstream sources, in most cases, I'm not saying all, are those industrial sources, POTWs that are upstream, through a variety of activities, may release their discharge with PFAS. And when you can look at source reduction from a site-by-site or type of industry or type of facility, you have a better way of managing than diluted water with contamination at a drinking water source. And then finally, we know that domestic water and other contributors that are going into, let's say, a POTW are those residual sources of contamination that we're going to have to address as a state. But it is a starting point to at least start with those primary sources that are contributing to the surface water and the groundwater contamination. So I'm showing here, now we'll get into the actual PFAS chemicals. On the left-hand side, you'll see those PFAS chemicals that EPA is addressing through its own health assessment groups, through a variety of programs, Office of Water, their RECRA program, a variety of programs are looking at each one of these. And then on the right, you'll see those chemicals that are unique to North Carolina. You're not going to be able to find all of these chemicals in every state in the country. You may find it in other places in states that are actually using the manufactured byproduct from these chemicals. And so North Carolina has its own challenge. We're addressing that challenge on the right through a consent order that we have, but also building the science behind it so we can one day come to you all for actual standards for North Carolina specific PFAS chemicals. But today's discussion is primarily on those chemicals on the left, which EPA has completed its health science assessments. We have data available to be able to use for our rulemaking. And so of the 9 that you see, all but 1 is what we're considering that there's sufficient scientific information to link the development of a surface water standard and groundwater standards. And so I wanted to relay our whole of department approach and our philosophy towards addressing this fairly large challenge for us as a state. One of the first things we need to recognize is our primary objective should be protecting our drinking water sources. So in order for those sources to make sure that the water that people drink is below the primary drinking water standards, we need to do what we must do in order to support those surface water discharges and groundwater systems are as clean as possible. we need to reduce the treatment costs burden of these drinking water systems by addressing those upstream dischargers. And so as a result, we want to propose surface water and groundwater standards for PFAS with national primary drinking water standards. And so our initial starting point is those 6 chemicals. And then we want to address those remaining PFAS chemicals where there is sufficient toxicity and human health data available. And so you see when Franny and Chris and Bridget talk about it in the next presentation, our requests for going beyond what EPA has done. And so this must all be linked with a robust regulatory impact analysis. There are lots of questions of what's going to mean to the sources, what's it going to mean to ratepayers, and we don't have the answer today, but we will bring forward to you the best answer that we can develop based on the information available.
Sure.
And that regulatory, yes.
Yeah, just what kind of, have you gotten any feedback from the sources at this point? What's their temperature?
I'm sorry about.
What's their temperature about where the state is going at this time?
Cautious and worried, but also many sources realize that this is part of their future. They're going to have to address it either through the state or the federal government.
Thank you.
And I'll come back to the partnerships we have and the technical assistance we're providing when it's being sought.
Thank you.
Sure. And so the regulatory impact analysis, as I mentioned, is important. Our starting point is a memorandum that EPA released in December 2022 as to how that agency is addressing discharges and PDES permits. And part of our implementation plan, I'd call it, related to standards implementation, sort of starts with that. Again, bringing source reductions as a primary tenet, but also BMPs that could be deployed by the facilities that may offer low-cost options. And that fiscal analysis will be based on the data that we have available and the latest technology costs and human health benefits. I will show in a few minutes how we're going about doing that. And then finally, we want to create a transparency to everyone involved, the community, the public, the regulated sources, and give them reasonable time to conduct monitoring and take the necessary actions based on the standards that this commission may adopt, and then the computed effluent limits. So we know this is a challenge for our division, our department. We are addressing this, as I mentioned, across the divisions. In order to bring the latest science on the cost and the technology and the solutions for sources, we're bringing in 2 consultants, TRC as well as Brown and Caldwell, to assist us in what the industries are looking at. So first, we got to define the scope of our rule itself. Who's going to be in? Who's going to be out? What do we know based on the data? So the review of these their potential discharge impacts is important. Then looking at pollution reduction options, what best available management practices are available for different industry types or source types. And then the solutions, the technological solutions may be the highest bar that they may have to meet in order to meet a standard. And then finally, the associated costs with that. So within our own divisions, we have the capacity to pool our data, and then we're bringing in these firms that are at the forefront of supporting what's out there, what is the best way to address PFAS, and bringing that knowledge towards our fiscal analysis. And so the cost factors, as well as solutions out there, they're commercially ready to go kind of options are what we're trying to bring forth to you. And then finally, we'll quantify those costs and benefits and prepare our fiscal impact analysis for OSBM review. And this is my last slide, so please bear with me. We started in July. We gave you the concept. We are here today in November with the info item on health effects and tox summaries for these PFAS. In January, we'll come back with a report on the analytical approach and the methodology through which we are doing the regulatory impact, but also the fiscal impact. In between, we will reach out to stakeholders, as you mentioned, those that are interested in discussing with us things that we should consider. And also, we'll share what we can regarding where the costs are coming from, where our design parameters are coming from, and so on. And then we want to come back in March with a certified fiscal note for the commission to consider moving forward to our public comment period and hearing in the summer of next year. And then we will bring back the full hearing officer's report by November of 2024. It's a very aggressive timeline, and we are working towards meeting that. So I will pause here and see if there are any questions before I pass it on to our team.
Before we take any questions, can I just ask you, Secretary Mazemore, to do a very brief recap for the new members in particular of how North Carolina came to focus intently on PFAS in the last few years. It's an issue. PFAS and the environmental persistence as well as human health effects have been on the radar for decades on the national level, and there have been other states that have dealt with significant litigation over PFAS contamination. But this discussion is not hypothetical. It's coming out of a very real North Carolina experience. So can you just describe that briefly, particularly for the newer members?
Absolutely. So in 2018 or time period, a group of university students and professors detected PFAS levels in the Cape Fear River in the Wilmington area. And the amount of PFAS detected prompted widespread public press releases and outcry from those communities as to what's in that water and why is it there. And that those requests came to, of course, the department. The department looked into it. We collected our own data. And the result of that was that there was a manufacturing facility in Bladen County, Chemours Fayetteville Works plant, was contributing to those North Carolina-specific PFAS chemicals. Part of that analysis showed that PFAS was being released through the emission stacks, through fugitive releases, and that air releases were a key component of the facility's processes that was creating downwind impacts, significant transport, and significant deposition. The site was also releasing processed water into the Cape Fear River. That processed water was highly contaminated with PFAS chemicals. And so our Division of Water Resources addressed that by immediately having a stop to that processed water from being released to the river. We also determined that the groundwater wells at the site were also highly contaminated, and those groundwater wells were affecting communities, private well owners nearby. In 2018, 2019, we defined that nearby as perhaps a few miles out. The result of all of these findings were put in a consent order with the company to address many, many issues, including eliminating further contamination ongoing, and then cleaning up and addressing those private wells that were contaminated. We are now 6 years in. We are 23 miles out from the facility with thousands of private wells tested. We have not found the edge of contamination. And we have asked Chemours to address contamination all the way down to New Hanover County, Brunswick County, Pender County, and Columbus County. Their wells, as well as drinking water systems, their SR wells, private wells, we are continuing to require the company to monitor. There's a monitoring plan and also an assessment requirement that is under review and also ongoing. And then finally, I will add The groundwater contamination that I mentioned earlier, that's at the site. The consent order required the company to build a underground barrier wall to stop the flow of further groundwater contamination into the river, which was ultimately ending up in people's wells and Hayfair Utilities water system. That barrier wall was completed earlier this year. Part of that requirement was they wouldn't just put the well in, but they would put extraction systems in front of the well that would pull this dirty groundwater out, and then the company would clean it up on site using state-of-the-art treatment system. We put those NPDES limits as stringent as we could, and currently all of the discharges are meeting those standards. So there's a lot of work to do, but we learned a lot, and that is informing our request to come to you. A second group of sources I just want to mention is the use of AFFF. These are firefighting foams that's used for training purposes, as well as airports and those kind of similar sites and military bases. And so we have determined that those sites that have large uses of that, the receptors nearby are affected. And Michael Scott's team has put a tremendous plan to address that. But the collaboratory is also addressing those kind of sources. And so our knowledge is built based on that historical experience. And as we learn more, it'll grow, and so does the public's concerns. So I hope I answered your question, Chair.
Yes, thank you. So are there questions for Secretary Mazemore? Commissioner Lyerly.
Thanks for the update. Really a very elegant presentation and a lot to sort of absorb and so forth. One of the things you mentioned was the fire retardants and the elements there. And as you know, the firefighters in the U.S. Have a much higher risk of cancer than almost any profession. Very interesting. Groups in Arizona and so forth and Kentucky are looking at not only the urban, but the rural firefighters because of those exposures. The other thing I think is quite interesting about this one Chemours exposure is the geographical exposure and whether or not you have a better assessment of where in the state the very highest levels of contamination are and whether or not you're able to utilize that information to try to determine the impact on the populations. For example, I think when the first PFAS data came out, we tried to ascertain whether or not there were upstream and downstream regions of differences in health outcomes. And at that point, it was difficult because it wasn't really clear. You just took a point above Bladen County, north and south or east or whatever the river flow went. But now that you have such a extensive information about not only those regions that exceed the EPA minimums, but perhaps there might be hotspots in which there's massive levels of PFAS. And if you guys begin to think about what objective evidence that the populations were having health decrements associated with that exposure?
It's a really good question. It's the applied science of what we know, right? We have reached out to our sister agency, DHHS, for translation of this information and combining with medical data, geographic data, and potentially the exposure levels to see if such a distinction can be made regarding health risks, outcomes, and so on. It is still being considered. We also have a fellowship program we established. Our secretary has led a fellowship program with the academic community. And every few months, we have fellows that come in and work with the department. And the next few fellows that come in with that kind of background, that's a question that we want to ask them is, if we provide this data, can you take it to the next level? And could that information be prepared that actually creates that cradle to grave understanding? And as I said, it's evolving science, but at the same time, it is It goes beyond fascination. It's actually important that we know that, because medical doctors are seeing patients that says, here's what I found in my blood when I got it tested. What do I do about it? And we're not able to, as a community and as a state, to give them clear answers, other than you need to be aware, you need to provide some options for reducing exposure, but there are no options for actually eliminating the exposure.
Any other questions? Commissioner Bailey?
Well, first of all, it was an excellent presentation. You pulled it all together well, and I look forward to the ones coming up. I just wanted to make a comment. The Public Utilities Director in New Hanover County had invited me to tour their wastewater and water facilities there. And they have been preparing to deal with the PFOA and PFAS issues. And one of the things that I learned there that you don't think about are how pervasive it is. And just a small, one point was that they have sludge that they normally gave free to the farmers. It's a good nutrient source. Well, they know it's contaminated now. So rather than something that can be used by farmers, it's now become a waste. And there's two aspects of that, which is the sludge that's been put on farms for years has been contaminated. And now they have to find a way to dispose of that waste that they never had to before. And they have also instituted treatment systems within their facilities that are apparently very successful, but there's all the myriad ways of how it impacts the community and the impacts to the local government are something I didn't even realize because of that tour. Thank you.
And I want to just say one thing. I agree with you. The whole life cycle management of this waste will be the challenge of our society. It's not something we're going to solve today or tomorrow. This has been a perpetual problem. So this commission has certain authority over certain parts of that life cycle of PFAS. But ultimately, that PFAS can't come back into the environment through a different media or different way, and we're dealing with it again. When are we going to get to that stage is hopefully sooner than later. So all the reductions that we're talking about now, or ways to address future contamination, is permanent, but still allow our economy to grow, our industries to prosper, and our communities to prosper also. There is a balance in finding that win-win, and we hope that through this transparency that we can at least start there.
Other questions for Secretary Bazemore? Yes, Commissioner Ellison.
Do you have data or are there studies ongoing about fate in the natural environment, bioaccumulation, biomagnification in the natural environment?
Yes, Franny will cover that in a few
Okay,
minutes.
thank you.
Commissioner Deerhag?
Thank you. There was one slide that talked about sampling at the facilities known to be discharging PFAS in their effluent. Can the state get ahead of that by putting screening questions in the MPDES permit applications? And we're focusing on water here today, but we also acknowledge that one major source was air emissions dispersion and deposition. And maybe you could tell us what your thoughts are about addressing the air emission sources.
The methods to measure air, PFAS in air, is limited. We are much ahead in our ability to detect PFAS in water, wastewater, and soon leachate and other media. The air sampling is limited to methods that EPA has developed under what they call the Other Test Methods 45. There's a new method that they plan to release called OTM 50 in hopefully a few months. But the number of chemicals that it can detect is limited, and also its sensitivity is limited. But that hasn't stopped our division to ask the questions. We have screening level questions that when we see certain types of NAICS code industries that are mega sites that are coming to the state for the first time and knowledge or science may be limited, or an existing facility that's expanding, we're asking those questions as part of that permit review process. And we are getting good cooperation. Most of the times, the users of PFAS don't even know it's in their material. We had one company that showed me a sheet that said they did ask a question, that we process all this material to build their product. And they said, well, where is PFAS in this raw material? And the answer was, we know it's there, but we can't tell you what or how much. And so that discharger is limited in what they can do or not do. And so we have to work all of that out as part of this process. There may be alternatives available. In the one example is in a high-tech industry, to find alternatives took them a decade. And so, you know, there's not a clean answer to that question, but we are starting the building that knowledge. Let's ask the questions, let's ask them, look at it. And at the end of the day, minimize the use of that or find alternatives. We just don't want it entering the environment, at least those known chemicals that have adverse human health effects.
I think Commissioner Duggan had a question, and then I'm going to go to Commissioner Gibson online, who also has a question.
I have my question answered. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Gibson? If we can
Yes, thank
unmute.
you.
Thanks.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, okay, great. That was a really excellent presentation. Thank you very much. I'm just wondering if you've thought about at all the potential pitfalls of a contaminant by contaminant approach to developing water quality standards for PFAS. For example, it was really that approach that led to a shift from the longer chain PFAS with backbones of 8 carbons to the shorter chain Gen X, when there was an effort to phase out PFOA and PFOS. Gen X was identified as a substitute, and now that's led to all kinds of problems. I'm just wondering if there's any thinking around any kind of broader indicator that could be used as the basis for water quality standards, rather than just looking at a small handful of all of the PFAS that are out there.
So I'll try to answer this in a very succinct way. Ideally, that is the way to go. We can't do this one at a time, but our rules and the way the scientific data is collected and processed at the federal level, at the state level, and our rules themselves force us into this process. But at the same time, there really isn't a solid method out there to look at it as a group or as a total. And we have asked our experts, the Science Advisory Board that we have, has been wrestling through that. Like, can we treat this as a group or as a subset? And thus far, we talk about it and we bring experts, but we have not seen a clear, tangible method to bring in front of you. We hope to, and soon, I think, some states and the nation as itself will figure this out. But right now, this is the beginning.
Commissioner Keene has a question, and then perhaps we can move to the next presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of comments or questions. First, you mentioned the monitoring wells, the map that you had of the many wells that you have on eastern North Carolina. The one before that. Yeah. So looking at those wells, considering going forward the soil type for groundwater, first, groundwater, and the absorption rate, and what that might be over a period of time. That may be annually or every 6 months. I know there are several soil types in eastern North Carolina, loomy soils and so forth, but the absorption rate, I would be interested in seeing some study on that from these this TRC and Brown and Caldwell, if that's possible. The other one is that, what you had mentioned about this forever chemical, the waste piece and how the department, and Mike, thank you so much for all you do and your staff. But on the waste side, if it's going to be where it's going to be in waste, if it's going to be treated as waste, then is it going to be recycled or reused in some form or fashion? And during the study, have that recycled or reused part to be, if it is considered a waste product, is it not? It is. Is it a waste product at this time? Has it been designated as a waste product? Anything that is contaminated with it, this chemical?
It is not labeled as a hazardous waste.
I didn't say hazardous waste. I said waste product.
I'll let
Is
Michael
it
answer.
in any form or fashion a waste product?
Yes, there is waste created.
Okay.
When we have a waste management program for example, leachate produced from landfills is a waste product
Yes.
that goes to different allowable ways to manage that waste. And one of the primary method is it goes to a wastewater treatment plant.
Yeah.
And when it goes to a wastewater treatment plant, in fact, the example I showed you is as a result of loading that is highly influenced by a leachate stream compared to other streams of water that's coming in that plant that is affecting the discharge level of that plant. And so you can have highly contaminated material coming in that could seriously change the makeup of the effluent stream. And
Yeah.
so we're looking at numbers that actually are quite revealing that it's not dilution is not the solution all the time here.
Yes, and just to follow up real quickly on the source reduction, then as we look at, you mentioned the reducing the source. So as we look at groundwater, we look at the waste piece and the absorption within the ground and where it might or might not be, then the identifying the sources and then letting those sources know they need to reduce whatever they have to do to reduce the waste or the reduction of the source. In that study then, Madam Chair, I just would like to see the study with TRC and Brown and Caldwell somewhere partner with those departments, and you've mentioned that you would do that, but try to bring some light to that, particularly in the waste piece and the absorption rate over time in particular these areas that are now being affected.
We'll seek advice from our team. I do want to say one last thing, if it's okay. I don't want to imply that when we measure or when we see contaminated water, whether it's groundwater or surface water, that we always know who the responsible party is. We do our best to address those upstream sources that could be the responsible party, but it's within that individual permit review that we may be able to address that community or that nearby sources, nearby areas effect from such a source. And like I said, we're not looking at all sources that could be PFAS dischargers. A subset is what we're talking about here.
Just one question on the grant or on these studies. Are they grant supported or state or federal supported? These two companies that you've acquired?
So let me just clarify, these companies are helping us to do a state-of-the-art regulatory impact analysis for the rulemaking associated with the standards development.
So that would be under a grant, wouldn't it?
It is under state funds.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else for Secretary Mazemore? Move on to the toxicology presentation.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Smith, Commissioner. Good morning. My name is Franny Nelson. I am the PhD level toxicologist at the Department of Environmental Quality. I'm also the head environmental toxicologist for the state of North Carolina. My position is seated in the Secretary's Office at DEQ. Today, I am giving this presentation alongside two of our Division of Water Resources toxicologists that you're likely more familiar with, Bridget Shelton and Chris Ventolaro. And we're going to give you a brief, but also comprehensive overview of the toxicological information that exists for these PFAS currently. The topics I'm planning to cover today, or we're planning to cover today, first, I'll give you a PFAS overview, just to set the stage and give everyone the same background information. Then I'll turn the presentation over to Bridget and Chris to discuss the water quality standards calculations. And then I will reappear and talk about the PFAS chemicals we are considering for standards development, and then also all of the toxicological values that are associated with those. PFAS can be a confusing topic and a confusing group of chemicals. And so I wanted to provide some background information just about the class and about the chemicals themselves that I think will help make sense of some of the later parts of this presentation. PFAS are emerging contaminants, and these are also often called chemicals of emerging concern. By definition, an emerging contaminant is something that has been detected in the environment and we know very little about. PFAS have been around for a long time, and so we do have more information for this entire class than we do for some different environmental contaminants that are currently emerging, like 6-ppd quinone. PFAS are mobile, persistent, and they do bioaccumulate in the environment, and these are all functions of their chemical and physical properties. Most of the PFAS that we know of are currently unregulated. Some of these compounds are regulated in different ways by different states, and we know that there are federally emerging drinking water laws that are upon us soon. This is a very wide class of chemicals, and so there is a variety of chemical structures, chemical and physical properties, and this all plays into the way these chemicals move in the environment, the way they're transported, and of course their toxicity across different biological levels of organization. PFAS is an acronym, and this stands for per and polyfluoroalkyl substances. And that's essentially just the organic chemistry way of saying this is a long carbon chain with a lot of fluorines attached. The per and poly refer to the number or type of fluorination the molecule has. Per means every, so every bond has a fluorine, and poly means many, so there's lots of fluorines, but not every carbon has a fluorine. A really good example of this that I think everyone can relate to is hydrogen peroxide. And so that molecule chemical structure is H2O2, and that means there is a oxygen per every hydrogen in that molecule. There's a hydrogen per every oxide, so each. PFAS is a huge class of chemicals. They're all man-made, and a lot of them have unknown health effects currently. They're manufactured globally, and they are by design resistant to environmental degradation. They're designed to be water repellent, temperature resistant, and they resist the normal oxidation and reduction reactions in the environment that help break down some of these other organic contaminants we're more familiar with. There are lots of different kinds of PFAS, and so there are a lot of different sources of them as well. Assistant Secretary Mazemore mentioned the AFFF, or the aqueous film forming foam. These are from firefighting training facilities, firefighting response, military bases. This is very much a life-saving product and is essential for use in many cases. There are also industrial sites that are sources of PFAS, so there are emissions to air and discharges to water, like we just heard about. The general manufacturing process is also subject to some spills, and then also, of course, regular and regulated disposal. The disposal does go to landfills, and that's kind of the next step in the PFAS life cycle. The PFAS end up in leachate and then go to these wastewater treatment facilities. In landfills, you have industrial and consumer waste, so a variety of PFAS can be present. Once the PFAS have moved to the wastewater treatment facilities, they can end up in biosolids, which Commissioner Bailey made that point very well just a few minutes ago. These biosolids are applied to farmland and then are subject to plant and animal uptake, which is something that we don't currently understand very well. They're also subject to runoff from the rain or different irrigation sources, and then infiltration into groundwater. These compounds are highly water soluble and very mobile in the environment. So there is really no spatial cap on how far they can move. The last one is in-home consumer products. And so PFAS are in a lot of our products, food packaging, stain-resistant products, Gore-Tex, rain jackets. As these products degrade and are eventually cycled out of use and disposed of, these PFAS enter the waste stream that way. Since there are so many sources of PFAS, there's a lot of human exposure that also happens. Everyone has been exposed to PFAS in some form, from environmental exposures or using PFAS-containing products. They're in firefighting foams, nonstick cookware, shoes, fast food wrappers, makeup. They're in a great number of products we all use every day. Because PFAS are so widely used, they're also in our lakes, streams, fish, and our drinking water supplies. I am a toxicologist, and so I study the life cycle of contaminants in the environment, and I have a medical background, so I study the human health effects of these compounds. Among my peers, I'm considered more pragmatic than most because I understand not all exposures can be stopped completely. PFAS are a part of living in modern society. They're in pizza boxes, they're in raincoats, in expensive rain gear. All of these I consider normal exposure. When these products are being made is when the PFAS are in the manufacturing process and subject to emissions or spills. Once they're incorporated into these products, they're by design meant to stay there. So your Gore-Tex rain jacket has a long life, and that's why they're so expensive. It's when those products begin to break down that we're more exposed to the chemicals contained therein the product. Compared to what I consider an irregular exposure, that's really minimal. I consider an irregular exposure contaminated drinking water. And this is something that is a very high concentration that the community members didn't know about. This comes from effluent directly into waterways. Smells from here. Large amount of these chemicals can be entered into our environment, and then this can and has led to contaminated drinking water in North Carolina. So this is a very real scenario for many North Carolinians. This is the end of the PFAS overview. And so I'll take any questions you have about these few slides before I turn it over to Bridget to present some groundwater information.
Any questions? Commissioner Bailey?
Well, as you know, I have connections to New Hanover County, and my sister has lived there for, I don't know, 30, 40 years. And so she's part of the study that was being done where I guess they're taking blood samples, and she was happy to volunteer. So anyway, gets reports back periodically. She's fine with everything that's been going on, but can you talk a little bit more about those, the activity that's going on with monitoring the citizens that have been drinking the water there in New Hanover County, and if that's been going on in other places?
Sure, I can certainly give you the information that I have about it. Yeah. So some researchers at Duke and NC State, as part of the PFAS Collaboratory, have started a population monitoring study called the GenX study. And so they were taking blood samples from humans in exposed communities and measuring the PFAS that are in their blood. This has happened in the Bladen County, right around the facility. The researcher at Duke started in Pittsburgh because of some of the water quality issues they had there. And then also in New Hanover County in Wilmington, where we know there is, the transfer of contaminants through our waterways. So I know there are at least 3 distinct cities or sites where these monitoring groups have been. Dr. Hoppen is the lead researcher on that study, and she has at least proposed, and I think she has plans to move that study from just a biomonitoring study to a long-term health study to include some health effects and more medical information from the same people they have blood samples from. But I can't speak to that very much because I've only been told that, and I don't have any details.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Bumgarner.
So you've addressed a lot of what I was kind of wrapping around in my head some. I just have some questions around it. When there has been exposure to certain chemicals, you kind of know where they come from. But I guess from what you're saying and what I've read, PFAS is in a lot of different places. So, I mean, not trying to be facetious, but 15 commission members drinking out of a water bottle have potential to provide that impact. So, you put plastics in a microwave, some of that starts breaking down. You fry an egg in a Teflon pan that's probably, like most of us, degrading in some way. How much of that exposure is, because you mentioned a good part of the percentage in water is coming from point source discharge. How much of that exposure are just us as humans putting back into that environment separate from point source? Now, that's probably a complicated question to answer, but that's what I'm trying to wrap my head. I guess the end result is we're trying to get to a place where we're developing water standards. We're putting those standards on facilities to meet that objective. How much can that objective be met if we have so much exposure of that chemical around us?
That is a complicated question. The exposure that we have in our daily lives from our stain-resistant carpet or the coating inside of our car that gives it the new car smell, those are all ubiquitous across the U.S. And so there is a study that the CDC has done for a long time. It's called the NHANES study, and I can't remember the acronym, but it is a nationwide study of people of all demographics that match the breakdown of the US population, and they've measured PFAS in their blood. The general US population does have detectable levels of PFAS. When they compared the NHANES cohort to the Gen X study cohort, the Gen X study cohort had much higher levels of PFAS in their blood than the nation. And that's, we're all exposed to sunscreen, pesticides, mercury in fish. These things accumulate and they are detectable in our tissues. These very high exposures that, you may not be aware of where PFAS is in your daily life, but I think most of us feel confident when we drink out of our tap that it is clean. And I think that is a benefit or a piece of modern society that we take for granted in light of these communities that was not the case for. I think the human cycle of PFAS with plumbing and wastewater is the same as it is for many other contaminants. However, PFAS do not break down in the environment, and that's because of the carbon-fluorine bond. That's a very strong chemical bond, and it's designed not to break down. Those products are designed to last, and that's what makes it so persistent in the environment. Whereas things like mercury or methyl mercury go through these different cycles with different animals. So it is a different situation, but the general US population does have PFAS at lower levels than these highly contaminated communities. So I hope that answers your question. I tried.
If I might add something too, which is if you look at the results from the Gen X exposure study, it's really interesting that after wastewater discharge from the Chemours facility was stopped, the levels of PFAS measured in blood in those participants actually went down quite substantially by anywhere from about 30% to 65%, depending on the particular PFAS. So that really shows you that controlling the discharge to the surface water, which is used as the source of drinking water, had a really big impact on the levels that were measured in people's blood, which really leads one to conclude that drinking water was a very important exposure source there.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Gibson. That is a point very well made. PFAS persist in our bodies, they persist in the environment. Many of the newer PFAS that were designed not to persist or accumulate have shorter half-lives, which means our body processes them faster. And so when the point source is reduced, they do leave our bodies. Some of the older, longer ones stay longer, but a lot of these North Carolina specific compounds have shorter half-lives.
Mr. Solomon?
I want to follow up on Commissioner Baumgartner's comment because I get asked this a lot. So women that wear long-lasting makeup, mascara, right? Got PFAS in it. Right?
Yep.
At the 4 parts per trillion level that we call contamination in water, is that leaching into your skin, into your pores off the makeup? At 4 parts per trillion. At 4 parts per trillion.
That's a good question. And I have never been asked it quite that way. Yeah. And so,
or your hamburger wrapper.
Yeah, I'll use myself as an example. I wear makeup to work. There's also this product called setting spray that sticks it to your face and doesn't come off if you sweat or get rained on. It's great. It's great. No. But I want to use myself as an example because it's more pragmatic than most. That exposure is something that is minor. There are very few studies right now that show any kind of dermal translocation of PFAS. The mouse studies that exist have some confounding variables because you have to treat lab animals humanely. And so when you dose them on their skin, they're able to groom themselves. And so they also get an ingestion route of exposure. The data that we have right now does not suggest dermal exposure is a toxic pathway or that it is detrimental. We've been asked this question a little differently with the residents in the communities that have been showering in this water and, you know, the water hitting their skin, the evaporation, things like that. There's really not enough data to determine any kind of air concentration or reference concentration for air for PFAS. And then the dermal studies are ongoing, but they are very difficult to conduct. So I don't know what the concentration of makeup through my skin is.
The numbers matter most here.
Yeah, yes,
right?
yeah.
So when you say minuscule, and I hear 4 parts per trillion, that's the limit of measure. That seems pretty minuscule to me too. So you say it's not a factor here because it's minuscule, but
Yes.
people will say, and that's not just me, it's just people say 4 parts per trillion is minuscule too. So I just throw that out there to.
So I
It's
will,
4 parts. I mean, is that, what is minuscule?
Commissioner Baumgartner and Commissioner Solomon, I'll try to explain this. Let's step back 50,000 foot level here. The exposure of PFAS comes through a variety of ways. There's the dermal exposure, there's the ingestion way, there's the air inhalation way. There are multiple ways. What we're talking about is the primary exposure when someone drinks water every day for a lifetime from the same water at that 4 parts per trillion. What is that cumulative impact to that person's health? And that's what's going to be in front of you. That's all we're trying to talk about here. And Franny's explanation was to explain that there are other exposure pathways, but the science isn't there. And we can't provide a cumulative exposure.
Can I just add one thing, I guess, which is that the 4 parts per trillion is basically the proposed guideline, correct?
It's the proposed primary drinking water standard.
Right. So the actual levels that we're seeing in the Cape Fear were many, many times higher than that. So there is a question of what the standard should be, but just to keep in perspective, I think what I'm hearing is we all have some baseline exposure, but people who are exposed to extraordinarily high levels in their drinking water every day, and the levels in the Cape Fear and in the water system were very high downstream of the Chemours plant. And people had been drinking that water and the chemicals had been released into that system for decades based on what we know now. So that's the difference in the exposure levels, and what I think we're trying to understand is how to manage those situations where there is a significant excess exposure to a population through a drinking water system or a private water supply well, as there has been in the Cape Fear area.
Yes, and I'll add a data point to that since you like numbers, Commissioner Solomon. Of the 43 systems out of the 50 that we tested of drinking water systems, we're seeing PFOA and PFAS levels that range between above 4, like around 4 or 5, a few, to some as high as 30. So people in those areas that are drinking that water are drinking it much higher than 4 parts per trillion.
And again, just to clarify, I know we're in a pretty tight stovepipe of water, so I got that, but I've got a toxicologist that brought up consumer products twice, and it's on my mind, and people ask me that because I deal with PFAS. And then Commissioner Bumgarner asked, so I just wanted to follow on because you mentioned consumer products several times, and he did too. So I understand we're on a water track and we're not looking at consumer products. Understood.
And Madam Chair, I'll be brief. I was not trying to diminish any effects or any problems that there may be. What I'm trying to get at is I worked in the pesticide world years ago. When a pesticide application is made and that you have a groundwater detection, you can go back to where that application was. You can go back to a point source that is discharging a PFAS type product and say that they are contributing to that source. If we all are contributing to that water system through some PFAS discharge of our own individually by taking it in, limiting it out, then that's a whole different ballgame as far as trying to figure this situation out. Not necessarily just addressing the point sources, but how do you address some of the other impacts? That's what I was trying to get to.
That's a very good point. And so be careful of what kind of mascara you wear and fry your egg in a cast iron frying pan. These are all choices we have to make. I think that's a very good point because we're all using these products on a daily basis. And so, yes, Commissioner Ellison.
I would commend the department. You guys are thinking this through very well, very comprehensively. I appreciate that. And I know you've yet to apprehend the scale, and that's all understood. But in that timeline, how far are you, and I know you've got bigger fish to fry before you get here, but where would that pathway risk assessment start to fit in your timeline?
Do you mean like a cumulative impact or cumulative exposure assessment?
Well, and the relative risk through various toxicological pathways. Are you 2 years out or 5 years out, or?
I think assessing the relative risk would require us to understand exactly how different people are exposed. And so I'm not entirely sure what DHHS's plans are moving forward as we go through the rulemaking process, but I know that their toxicologist has often been asked a similar question, and they are currently trying to figure out a way to associate a relative risk with each of these compounds. And then perhaps one day go into the routes of exposure. That might also be something the federal government does.
Okay, but if at the state level, that would be a DHHS, not DEQ?
As far as I believe, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I believe Commissioner Reardon has a question.
Maybe more of a comment than a question. And I know as one of the other commissioners says, we're focusing on water here, but we did mention food. And I just want to say that where if there's testing by DEQ or others, that if there's going to be results released, especially to some of these other matrices, food being in that there should be also the toxicological aspects of that released with that data. I think that just releasing numbers into the public space without providing some context of what that means and how that can relate to them can really cause major market disruptions, but it also creates fear that otherwise may not need to be there. So I just want to be on the record that if the numbers are released as it would relate to food matrices of others, that we're sensitive to make sure that the companion toxicological evaluation of that, so that the consumer understands what those numbers means, how it affects them, even if this is an evolving place. So I think I just wanted to get that on the record, but thank you.
I appreciate that, Commissioner Reardon. That's a really good point, because going back to the beginning, I think, of the state's experience with the Comores situation, when the PFAS, which is largely Gen X, is what we were talking about, in the Cape Fear River was first detected. A real challenge was that the folks at Cape Fear Public Utilities Authority and other water systems downstream were seeing numbers coming from researchers about what the levels were in the Cape Fear River, but at that point didn't have a real context for understanding what those numbers meant in terms of risk. So that is a really important point, which is why we're going to spend a lot of time looking at what those toxicological implications are. Commissioner Gibson, did you have anything on this part of the presentation?
No, I didn't. Again, that was just really helpful. And again, I just wanted to bring everyone back to looking at the Wilmington experience as sort of like a controlled study, because here you tested people before the major point source was controlled. And you found that when you controlled that major point source, which was the source of PFAS in the drinking water, levels went down quite substantially. So that says no matter what, people are using mascara, Teflon pans. There's all these other sources, but the drinking water itself was a very important source.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Deerhake, you had a question?
Yeah, thank you. What role has the department's Science Advisory Board played or will play in anything that contributes to help us with our decision making?
We've presented a number of pieces of this process to the Science Advisory Board along the way. One of the large, pieces of the puzzle are the North Carolina specific compounds that the EPA is not addressing. And so we have been working through those and the data and literature that exists for each of those compounds with the Science Advisory Board, and going through them individually and making a decision as to whether there's enough information to move forward with a toxicological value, or if more work needs to be done, and what their recommendation is for that specific work that could help lead them in that direction as quickly as possible. They've also helped review a lot of the bioaccumulation factor information that we have been evaluating and collected from the Cape Fear River last summer. They're keyed into a lot of the different pieces of the puzzle. But as far as these EPA compounds go, the EPA toxicologists have put those out, and they've been reviewed by the EPA Science Advisory Board. And so they certainly know about them and are aware, but have been more involved in the compounds that are directly from North Carolina specific compounds.
We move to the next. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Deerhake, did you have a follow-up question?
I was just going to say, hopefully any reports coming out of the Department Scientific Advisory Board or the federal board will be part of the public record and help us in contributing to our decision-making and providing a record for the public to consider with public comment period.
They're absolutely available to the public, and I can collect those resources in one spot if that would help.
They need to be cited in any background documents or RIA that goes out for public comment. I think it's important to have that supporting information available to the public.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Commissioner Keen?
On the Science Advisory Board, do you know that if they have visited into, being that this is in a watershed or the watershed areas that this might affect moving forward, have they given any indication of, I know we've just gone through the watershed rules this year, I think it was in March or so, but is there a possibility that they would look at the watershed rules and say, let's take another look at some of the areas because it's getting larger in some of these areas?
I think that's
affected?
actually a great suggestion, is to have so the Science Advisory Board is a board of toxicologists with many different backgrounds and skill sets and experiences with different contaminants, many of them being environmental toxicologists with water backgrounds. And so I think that board would be a great place to ask that question, and there is significant expertise there that they could look at it, I think, in a very comprehensive way. So it's a great suggestion.
I follow up real quick, Madam Chair, is that we went through an extensive research with the watershed rules when we did that. And I'm not sure that PFAS, it was on the radar, but not where it is today. And I was just thinking as the watershed rules, as we move forward, if this has an impact on any of that, certainly would be something to know about.
Thank you. All right, next presentation.
Bridget?
Thank you, Franny. Good morning, or almost afternoon now. I'm Bridget Shelton. I'm the Groundwater Standards Coordinator with the Division of Water Resources. Shifting gears a little bit here, I'm going to give a brief overview of how the groundwater quality standards are developed and calculated in North Carolina. So North Carolina groundwater quality standards, these are the maximum allowable concentrations of contaminants in groundwater, which may be tolerated without creating a threat to human health or which would otherwise render the groundwater unsuitable for its intended best usage. The best usage is defined in rule as an existing or potential source of drinking water supply for humans. So these standards protect the groundwaters of the state as a resource for human consumption. So we're protecting for human health. These standards are implemented in various programs and used for various applications, including risk assessments, health evaluations, site cleanups, and remediation. The North Carolina Groundwater Standards Program is not a federal requirement. It's done at the state level using the rule listed here, 15A NCAC 02L 0202. We target protection for the human adult population for the target use of ingestion and household use. And we protect for a variety of endpoints, including health endpoints such as non-cancer human health endpoints and cancerous effects. And we also look at aesthetic endpoints, including the aqueous taste and odor thresholds. Here is where the Groundwater Quality Standards Rule is located. As I stated, 15A NCAC 02L. Section 0100 has general considerations, definitions, policy. Section 200, 0201 has the groundwater classifications, and 0202 is where we're focusing today. So that's the Groundwater Quality Standards Rule, which includes all of our groundwater quality standards in a table. So to start, to develop groundwater quality standards, we were looking at these 6 values here. So first, the systemic non-cancer threshold concentration. Second, the concentration which corresponds to an incremental lifetime cancer risk of 1 times 10 to the minus 6, or 1 in a million. And then we look at the taste threshold limit value, the odor threshold limit value, the maximum contaminant level, and the national secondary drinking water standard. So we start by finding these values, if they exist, for the chemical of interest. And then we choose the least of these 6 values, if they're available, to be the most protective. Focusing on those first 2, so the systemic threshold concentration and the cancer concentration, those 2 are a calculation shown here. So you can see the non-cancer calculation at the top and the cancer at the bottom. So that's for the non-cancer calculation, it's the reference dose times body weight times the relative source contribution divided by the water consumption rate. And then the cancer at the bottom, cancer calculation is the risk level times the body weight divided by the cancer slope factor times the water consumption rate. So there's really 2 components that go into both of these calculations. In the bottom right here, you can see exposure factors is one component. So those are defined in the rule. So we have the relative source contribution at 0.1 for inorganics and 0.2 for organics. We have the body weight, which is defined in the rule as 70 kilograms, which is for an adult human. We have the water consumption rate defined in the rule as 2 liters per day, again for adults. And then the other component of these calculations are at the top here, the toxicity benchmarks. So we have the reference dose, which is the chronic oral reference dose, and then the cancer potency factor or the cancer slope factor. So when we're looking in the literature and looking at toxicity studies, we are trying to find these 2 inputs, the toxicity benchmarks, so the reference dose or the cancer slope factor. The rule also defines which references we can look at when we're looking for those values. So in order of preference, we look at the EPA Integrated Risk Information System, or IRIS assessments, The second, we look at EPA drinking water health advisories. And third, other EPA health risk assessment data. So we rely heavily on the EPA data and risk assessments. And then fourth, we have other relevant published health risk assessment data and scientifically valid peer-reviewed published toxicological data. So that's just showing the references that we have available to look at when we are calculating those values that I covered earlier.
Can I stop you for a second? Can you explain to the commission what those two values actually mean? So what does a reference dose mean?
Yeah, sure. So reference dose is a chronic oral reference dose. It's used in the non-cancer calculation. So reference dose is found in toxicity studies, sometimes animal studies, sometimes human studies, mostly animals. So it is essentially the dose that was seen in that study below which no effects were seen. So in theory, it would be the safe level there. And then we plug that into the calculation to get to our standard because you need to convert that into a level safe for drinking water for humans. And then the cancer slope factor is similar, seen in studies, and it is essentially, sorry, it's hard to describe. So you kind of plot the doses on a curve, and then you find the slope there again, level at which below you expect to see no cancer effects in an animal study or a human study.
Okay, thank you.
And that is it for me. Before I pass it over to Chris, I'm happy to answer any questions about developing the groundwater standards.
Any questions? Seeing none. Commissioner Reardon, do you have any questions? I think Commissioner Reardon is still muted, so I'm not sure if that's a no or not. Need to unmute Commissioner Reardon and Commissioner Gibson.
Maybe on break, I don't know.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thanks so much. Again, my name is Chris Ventilaro. I'm a Water Quality Standards Coordinator with the Division of Water Resources. And just as Bridget has just done, I'm going to kind of briefly go over the development of human health standards for toxic substances as it relates to the surface water standards. Now, there's a big difference between surface water and groundwater standards in that the Clean Water Act, Federal Clean Water Act, requires that states establish surface water standards. So there is a federal component here that we have to kind of follow and add some other factors. I'm going to go through this fairly quickly. A lot of the information is very similar to what Bridget just presented, but I will touch on a few different topics. I'm going to mention, Bridget mentioned exposure factors as part of the groundwater standards calculations. We have those same factors in surface water calculations. And I'm just going to touch on how we're in the process of updating or proposing to update those exposure factors. And then I'll talk a little bit about how basically the development of the fish consumption standards and the development of the water supply standards as described in the surface water standard rules in 15A NCAC 02B 0208. And this is basically the narrative standard for toxic substances that describes how we address surface water standards for substances that we don't have existing numeric standards in the rule. There we go. Okay, so when we talk about human health criteria in the context of surface waters, what we're looking at is criteria that are established to protect for the human consumption of fish and shellfish, as well as the protection of surface waters that are designated as or classified as sources of drinking water for public drinking water sources, if that makes sense, sorry. The standards are determined using human health criteria calculations, much as what Bridget's shown before. And those calculations consider both current toxicology information as well as current human exposure related information. And to kind of segue into what I wanted to talk about with the exposure factors, I've provided just an example of one of those calculations per the 02B 0208 rule, and I'm going to show the others in a few slides. But very similar to groundwater, This specific calculation is for developing human health criteria or human health standards for water supplies. So again, it takes into consideration a toxicity information such as the reference dose. It also factors in, because we have to protect for the human consumption of fish tissue, or fish and shellfish tissue. It also factors in information on how substances accumulate in those aquatic organisms. And then it factors in the exposure factors, which are highlighted here in red. And why that is significant for us right now is because, kind of concurrent to this PFAS standard rulemaking process, we also have what's called the Surface Water Standards Triennial Review process. And this is something that we have to do per the Clean Water Act. States are granted the authority to establish surface water standards, but they have to review those standards and update those standards based on the most recent science on a minimum of a 3-year basis. So this is a continuous process. We just roll right into another one as the previous one ends. And this is where we're at with this one. One of the things that we're looking to update in this triennial review is to update the exposure factors that are defined in the O2B rule, which you can see here in the middle column, to match those that are currently supported by EPA that they updated in 2015 based on updated National Health Survey data provided by the Centers for Disease Control. So this is more just kind of information just to give the commission some idea of what's kind of coming. This will play into how the PFAS numbers are ultimately determined. That's being evaluated at this time, though. So look forward to hearing more information on that. From here, we'll go right into the calculations that are used per the O2B 0208 rule. So here on this slide, you see the calculations that are used to protect for the fish consumption use. So from here, we will develop standards for non-carcinogens and carcinogens. And as you see, these calculations are very similar to what Bridget showed for the groundwater. With the only real addition here is the factoring in for human consumption of aquatic tissue based on the FCR, the fish consumption rate, as well as that BCF or bioaccumulation factor component that describes how the substance accumulates in that fish tissue. Again, the non-cancer and cancer calculations are basically the same, just with the carcinogens, you substitute the reference dose for the cancer potency factor modified by that risk level, the cancer risk level, which is also defined in the O2B 0208 rule. And similar to groundwater, is also set at a cancer rate of not to exceed more than one rate of cancer per 1 million people. The next slide then just goes on to show the water supply standard calculations. And again, very similar. The only difference between this and the fish consumption standards is the addition of consideration for the water consumption rate. And I will say that on both of these slides, if you look at the boxes on the left, where you see the exposure factors, which are the body weight, water consumption rate, and fish consumption rate, you'll see that for this purpose of this slide, they have been set to the proposed updated EPA values. Now, the 0208 rule kind of provides guidance for what information can be used to put into those calculations. There's a number of different options. There is a component of that rule that says that standards may be based on drinking water standards established per the Safe Drinking Water Act. So that's one piece of information that can be used. RFDs, again, reference doses, which are those non-carcinogen toxic information factors, can be used as published by the EPA pursuant to Section 304A of the Federal Water Pollution Act. They can be used if they're published by EPA and listed in the Integrated Risk Information System, or IRIS file, or they could also be used, again, per O2B 0208, if there's a reference dose not obtained from one of those above sources, but one that is approved by the department director after consultation with the state health director. Similarly, for bioaccumulation or bioconcentration factor information, again, BFs, BCFs provided by EPA through Section 304A National Recommended Criteria or through other EPA publications can be used. but also other literature values as well as site-specific data, such as Franny touched on that the state had developed through testing in the Cape Fear River. And then lastly, that cancer potency factor, again, has to be associated with a cancer risk of 1 in a million. So that's all I have. I know I went through that fairly quickly in the interest of time, but I'm happy to take any questions that anyone might have before I turn it back over to Franny.
Any questions? Yes.
I do have
I'm sorry, Commissioner Gibson.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I do have a quick question, which is in the standards development process, do you consider at all potentially higher risk populations, such as children with, lower body weights, or, high frequency fish consumers? Because anyway, that's just a question. I noticed the calculations right now really don't reflect any population variability.
Yes, so that's a great question. And the OTB 0208 rule does provide some allowances for that. Since this is just a condensed kind of presentation, we didn't put in all of that information, but there is in that rule alternative body weight and drinking water intake rates listed for children. Body weight of 10 kilograms and a drinking water intake rate of 1 liter per day. And there's also language in there that specifies that those values, the fish consumption rate, fish ingestion rate, usually is what that ends up being associated with. Those values can be adjusted if there's evidence or specific concern for more sensitive segments of the population, such as subsistence fishers, who tend to consume more fish on average. Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Tweedy?
Quick question. Is there an inconsistency in the body weight assumptions between groundwater and surface water? Because I think the groundwater discussion said 70 kilograms and you mentioned it's changing to 80 for surface water.
Yeah, so this is just right now. I'll put that slide back up. So there it is. The current body weight and drinking water intake rate that you can see in the OTB 0208 rule is equivalent to what's in groundwater. Because of the federal component of the Clean Water Act that requires that we keep updating to the latest science that's supported by EPA, we kind of have to update these standards or these exposure factors to meet what EPA is currently viewing as the most current science and what's most currently scientifically defensible. So again, that's part of our triennial review that we're doing. I think it will be evaluated at a later time as to whether the groundwater exposure factors will be updated. But yeah, that's how it stands right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr.
Right.
Finalaro.
Thank you so much.
And I've lost track of who's up next.
I think we go back to Franny.
Thank you.
In my initial nervousness in front of you, I forgot to thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today. It is a real honor for me to be here today, and I'm really happy to actually talk about this toxicology information in such a formal setting, and I'm really excited that it's getting so much attention. So I'm very pleased to be here. So thank you. Now we'll take a look at the PFAS that are able to be included in our standards development process. These are the 9 PFAS we're looking at for standards development. And I want to make it very clear that this is not the definitive final list. These are the 9 that have enough toxicological information available to be considered for rulemaking. Of the 7,000 that exist, these are the 9 that we have enough information for. There was a question earlier about regulating this group of contaminants as a class rather than individually, and I just wanted to provide a small piece of context and just some information about this. The way that the science is coming out from the federal government, we're getting individual values, promulgating individual standards first, then gives us the ability to consider additive toxicology and mixers toxicology moving forward. Currently, mixtures data is lacking for these compounds. I do know that it is underway at several federal agencies and universities across the country. And so this data will be forthcoming in the coming years, but right now the mixtures data is very limited. So why are we looking at these 9 compounds? And these compounds all have a few things in common that make them eligible and attractive for rulemaking. The first is that these compounds have a significant literature base, and there are a number of health effects that have been determined and have been repeatedly observed in scientific empirical studies. The literature bases for these compounds have all been evaluated by at least one federal agency. The compounds have health effects data to support the development of reference doses and cancer slope factors for some of them. And I think, perhaps not most importantly, but certainly worth noting that all of these compounds have been detected in North Carolina's environmental media repeatedly and over time. Now, we'll move on to the specific toxicological values for each of these. And I just want to say that this is the available information that makes these compounds possible to be considered for our rulemaking. There are lots of different considerations beyond these values to move these forward in our process, but this is just the science info, and that's what my background is, so that's what I'm going to talk about. The toxicological values we're going to talk about are these 3, and so the reference dose is a very important one, and it's needed for all of our standards development. When the EPA puts out a reference dose, this is an estimate of a daily exposure to a human population that can be incurred over a lifetime, over 70 years of daily exposure without any risk of deleterious effects. So this concentration is below what would cause an effect with a lifetime of exposure. The cancer slope factor or the cancer potency factor is a little different. And so this is a value that is the cancer risk per unit of dose of a chemical and can be used to compare the potency of these different chemical substances. Bridget did mention part of the modeling that's done, that they plot everything on a point and they use the values between no effect and low effect to determine where the slope of the cancer effects are. But this really speaks to the risk, the rate of risk of cancer from these chemicals. The third is bioaccumulation factors. And these are relevant for surface water standards only. But this is just the amount of a chemical taken up from the water and from the diet of an organism and incorporated into the organism. This is really just a ratio of what's in the environment and what's in the animal. The first set of toxicological values we'll look at are the reference doses or the cancer slope factors where they are available. I have feverish notes I want to make sure I highlight. Okay, so the sources of reference doses are actually really important. And so all of our reference doses, or all of the reference doses that we're looking at for these 9 PFAS have come from a federal agency, most of them coming from the EPA. There are 4 sources here, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about each of them. So the first one is the EPA Office of Water. These are assessments conducted at EPA headquarters to aid in regulatory development. These 4 PFAS here, the first 3 particularly, are very high profile and have been noted as being important PFAS to evaluate, and so it has been moved into the headquarters Health and Ecological Criteria Division for their health assessments, for their toxicity assessments. The second is the EPA Integrated Risk Information System, or IRIS. This is a program in a different office at the EPA. So this is a program from the Office of Research and Development, and it sits in a branch called the Center for Public Health and Environmental Assessment. This group is designed separate from the Office of Water, where a lot of the regulation happens, to focus specifically on health effects that are derived without consideration of any regulatory activity or implementation strategies or issues or feasibility. These assessments are solely based on the health information. The third category here is the Agency for Toxic Substance and Disease Registry. This is part of the CDC, and they evaluate not reference doses, but minimal risk levels. And so these are a different kind of value that are derived based on risk, not on lifetime exposure. The EPA has adopted or modified these values for these two PFAS and incorporated them into their National Primary Drinking Water Standard. These values have been reviewed by 2 federal agencies, and we have a great amount of confidence in both of those. The third is also the Office of Research and Development, and this is the same center, so the Center for Public Health and Environmental Assessment. This is not an IRIS assessment. This was done by the same group. This was not an IRIS assessment based on the limited number of studies they are able to, that are available for inclusion in their review. I think I've touched on most of this already. All of these data sources are incredibly reliable and very robust data sources. They've been extensively reviewed, presented, put out for public comment, and supported by the EPA. We're rating our confidence in most of these as high for all of those reasons. The fourth bullet point is given a value of moderate, and this is not due to the quality of the review or anything like that. The study that the reference dose is based on is incredibly high quality. It's the few studies that exist for evaluation is what makes this a moderate confidence, but we have talked to the authors of that toxicity assessment and they stand firmly behind their value. For the cancer slope factors or potency factors, only 2 of those 9 compounds have these for PFOS and PFOA. And again, the cancer slope factor is a unit of the dose and the relative risk. This is often given in milligrams or nanograms, a unit. These also come from the Office of Water. These are both listed as carcinogenic by the EPA. And I'm gonna talk just briefly about the carcinogenic hazard classification, if you'll humor me for a second. So the EPA has a specific way that they do risk assessments for carcinogenic chemicals, and they have a specific hazard classification system. This hazard classification system has 5 rankings. They are carcinogenic to humans, likely to be carcinogenic to humans, suggestive evidence of carcinogenic potential, inadequate information to assess carcinogenic potential, and not likely to be carcinogenic to humans. Those are the 5 categories. Both of these are given the hazard classification as likely to be carcinogenic to humans, and I'll explain why as we go through these different values. I also want to briefly touch on the bioaccumulation factors because those are going to be presented as well. So as far as the bioaccumulation factors go, we had a few different sources of this information, and the bioaccumulation factors really tell us about how these contaminants move in the environment and the way they are accumulated into these higher level organisms, with specific implications for human health and human exposure, as well as accumulation. 9 of these have bioaccumulation factors. 8 of these have bioaccumulation factors. 1 of them does not, and I'll explain why. We mentioned the Science Advisory Board earlier, and this is one of the things that we asked the board to review and make a recommendation on. We had these 3 different sources of bioaccumulation factor information, which in and of itself is hugely unique. There usually is not this much toxicological data and this many toxicological databases to pull these numbers from. The fact that we were able to compare these databases to our own North Carolina values is really unique and really special. And so the Science Advisory Board evaluated the BAFs that were presented in the EPA's aquatic life criteria for PFAS and PFOA, the BAFs from the North Carolina Cape Fear River data that we collected last year, and the Burkhardt paper that came from the EPA's office in Duluth, Minnesota is right in the center. And so you can look at these numbers in this table and you can see they're really not that different. PFOS has much higher numbers. They're all about 1,500. And PFOA has, you know, 2 orders of magnitude to 3 orders of magnitude lower bioaccumulation factors presented here. And they do range, you know, about as wide as the PFOS factors. They're just a lot smaller. The Science Advisory Board evaluated these data sets and concluded that the values from either or both data sets are similar enough and determined that using either is appropriate and scientifically sound for use in North Carolina's water bodies. When we looked through the PFAS we were able to include in our rulemaking, and it was expanding beyond PFAS and PFOA, we needed to see what other bioaccumulation factor information was available. The Cape Fear River data that we collected from Fish and Water last summer provided more information than the EPA's aquatic life criteria for just PFAS and PFOA. However, not all of these compounds were observed in our study. The publication from Dr. Burkhardt at the EPA is an incredibly comprehensive review that includes accumulation information from not just fish, but he includes jellyfish, polychaete worms, plankton. It's all levels of biological organization in the environment, as well as the bioconcentration factors that are lab-derived and the bioaccumulation factors that are field-derived. All of that information was synthesized by these researchers at the Duluth office and presented for regulatory use. Their entire data set was made available, and I was able to follow their calculations, and I understand how these numbers were derived. They were derived very similarly to the way that we did our Cape Fear data. And so we have a great amount of confidence in these numbers based on all of those things, and also the number of publications that these numbers derive from. And I'm about to show you all of that as well. Okay. The next series of slides all look a lot like this. And so I want to orient you to what we're about to look at, because there are a lot of numbers, and these slides all look pretty similar. So first is the PFAS compound, and then the source document that information came from. So all the information we saw in those previous slides 1 to 4 will be in this table as well. The health effects that were used to derive the reference dose and/or cancer slope factor are also presented here very briefly. The reference dose or cancer slope factor is presented as a value. The bioaccumulation factor that will be used is presented as the factor itself, and then the number of publications that number is derived from. The POD is the point of departure, and this is a value in these critical studies where effects were seen, and that is where the reference dose or cancer slope factor is truly derived from. The total UF is the total uncertainty, and this is a value used to calculate the reference dose. It's incorporated into the reference dose calculation based on the different levels of uncertainty of the original source data. And then the components, I've just listed the types of uncertainty for ease of comprehension. Okay. Yes.
Commissioner Deerhay?
Give you a chance to catch your breath.
Yes, thank you.
The bioaccumulation factor, you showed 3 sources, including the Cape Fear.
Yes.
And maybe I'm getting ahead of you as to which of those 3 you're going to choose for each of these compounds. But it was clear that the Cape Fear study, Cape Fear calculations were consistently larger than the other 2 exercises. Does that have anything to do with regional speciation, anything such as that? Any explanation for why it's consistently higher?
Yes. And so the Cape Fear data that we derived at DEQ is from one location downstream of an industrial point source. And we looked at the fish species that are most often caught and consumed by anglers in North Carolina. We did collect a large number of fish across many species. However, this data is very robust in itself, but these two other databases include many, many more species and many more locations. And so these numbers are more robust in that they have included places that are not point sources and also a variety of species. The Burkhardt EPA column also includes freshwater brackish and marine fish. And so all of those species bioaccumulation information is combined together. The aquatic life criteria from the EPA is based only on freshwater data, and the Cape Fear River is freshwater data only as well. The numbers do look a lot bigger, and it's, I think, important to note that a bioaccumulation factor it's more the magnitude of the number that is going to influence the calculation rather than one being 1,514 and one being 1,539. Those numbers are different, significantly different on a number line, but the way they're incorporated into the calculations that Chris just showed, it's really the magnitude that is going to influence the final value.
So are you going to tell us which one you used in each case?
We used the center column in all cases for consistency.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. The first one that we'll run through is PFOS. And so I have this separated as in non-carcinogenic and carcinogenic information. This came from the Office of Water, and the health effects here are developmental and cardiovascular. So the low birth weight and increased total cholesterol were deemed the specific effects that the reference dose is derived from. The reference dose is shown here. It is 10 to the -7, so this is a very small number. The bioaccumulation factor is one of the highest. And this also had 155 publications from different places with different species that went into the derivation of this number. The way the reference dose was derived is not that complicated, but it takes a little bit of an explanation. So this particular study, low birth weight and increased cholesterol, was observed in human children. And so the point of departure is relevant to humans immediately. However, that's not always the case. Sometimes the point of departure needs to be converted into a human equivalency dose, and I'll explain that in a second. If you want, you can follow along on your calculator, because all the information you need is here. And so the way you derive a reference dose is you take the point of departure that's equivalent to humans and divide it by the uncertainty factors, and then that gives you the reference dose. For PFOS, the only uncertainty factor that was required is a factor of 10, which is for interspecies extrapolation. And that is because the body of evidence behind this particular health effect for this particular contaminant is vast. So the other ones are database deficiencies, duration extrapolation. The only one that was relevant here was interspecies extrapolation from animals to humans. And that's because there were other studies that incorporated animal data, and they actually had the same point of departure concentration once it was converted to a human equivalency dose. So it's a little confusing the way that it's written here. But that's how this very small number was derived. As far as the carcinogenic information goes, it is from the same report, and the health effect is different. These are hepatocellular adenomas and carcinomas in female rats. And so those are liver, benign tumors, and cancerous tumors in female rats. Cancer slope factor is provided in the same units as the reference dose, and it is much larger. Bioaccumulation factor information is the same. I'll explain why this number is much larger than the reference dose in just a second. Yes, okay. So here we have animal data, and there is no human data to corroborate this. So the point of departure is taken from the animal study. This study was done in rats. The effects were only seen in female rats. And this internal dose is the concentration in the body of those animals that elicited effects. That is a concentration from a rodent. And so we have to convert that into a concentration that is relevant to a human. And we do that here from animal data by multiplying it by a human clearance value. These are values based on the half-life and first pass metabolism, which is digestion. This is a value that's referenced and not derived in this report. Just want to make sure I'm saying everything. Okay. Those two numbers are multiplied together. So that would give you the human equivalency dose that is related to that point of departure. One thing I want to note is that the human clearance value here is given in milliliters, and you have to convert it to liters if you want the math to work right. So if you're following along on your calculator, you need a few more zeros. The human equivalency dose ends up being a small decimal point, also in the same units as the reference dose provided above. And this is where some of the cancer modeling comes in. This is animal data. And so they put it into those multi-stage linear models. They put everything on a graph. And what they do is they choose the benchmark response, or the place where response starts, based on the lower 95% confidence interval of the 10% change in a population. So 10% of the population changes and there's error bars, and they use the lower error bar for protection. And that's why BMR here is 10%, because it was a 10% change in the population that they used. The human equivalency dose is then, I don't want to say the wrong thing, divided by the BMR, and then you get the cancer slope factor, which is 39.5. I have a box here around the reference dose, and that's really just to indicate that this is a more protective value than the cancer slope factor. This is irregular. Very often, the cancer slope factor is more protective than a reference dose. This box does not indicate that this is the value being used for standards development. It's just another option that's being considered. But this is a unique piece of this puzzle, that the cancer slope factor is not as protective as a reference dose for this chemical only. The other thing I want to mention while we're here is that PFOS was classified as likely to be carcinogenic to humans. And I can read you the exact rationale for that, but it is because the data is animal data, and the cancer endpoints are different than the normal health endpoints for the reference dose. That's why it's deemed likely. This is likely to be an impact to humans, but it has not been actualized in a human population or an epidemiology study. Okay, so number 2 is PFOA. A lot of the stuff is the same, so should I stop?
You might want to just scroll through real fast.
Oh, okay. Am I boring everyone? Okay. The reference dose here is 10 to the negative 8, quite small, or yes, quite small, and the BAF is also quite small. The cancer slope factor here is much smaller than for PFOS, and this is noteworthy. A thing to see here is the health effects between the reference dose and cancer slope factor are different. The POD here came from, again, a human study. There was congruence with animal studies, so they did the uncertainty factor for interspecies extrapolation, got a small reference dose. The carcinogenic endpoints are a little different. This was human epidemiology from an exposed population. And so the internal dose found in humans is already the equivalent dose. And here they do it a little different. They divide the internal human POD by the clearance value to get the cancer slope factor. And that's why it is so small. This was also deemed likely to be a human carcinogen. And one of the main criteria for being carcinogenic to humans is it has to be actualized in a human population, which this has been. The reason that it was not classified as that is because the health effects for the reference dose and the health effects for the cancer slope factor are different. And so there are different lines of evidence, and they made it more to say likely as a human carcinogen rather than a known human carcinogen. I was planning to stop here and see if there were any questions about those two, because that's a lot of information, and the rest of them have much less information. So if you have questions about it, I can answer them.
Any questions? Seeing none, Commissioner Gibson, Commissioner Reardon, do either of you have questions?
No questions from me. Thank you.
Yeah, no
Thanks.
question from me. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Okay. The rest of these I think are a little easier to go through. So I started with the hard ones. PFBA is from the IRIS program. The health effects were seen in rats. The reference dose is 10 to the -3. This is a much larger number than for the other two PFAS. This is not considered to be as toxic. The BAF is also quite small, and this is relevant to the equations. This comes from the POD divided by the uncertainty factors, and these are the other categories. So human variation in the human population, interspecies extrapolation, the duration of the experiment needing to be extrapolated, and then also database deficiencies. All of that was included, and that's how the reference dose ended up being 10 to the -3. So number 4 is PFBS. This is an Office of Water assessment. They had thyroid effects observed in mice, and the reference dose is 10 to the -4. This is also several orders of magnitude larger than PFOS and PFOA. The POD and the uncertainty factors are just given here. These are divided by each other to get the reference dose of 3 times 10 to the -4. There's variation, interspecies, duration, and then database uncertainty factors here. Number 5 is Gen X, which I think we all know and perhaps love. This particular contaminant, their assessments from the Office of Water, there was reproductive and developmental liver toxicity observed in mice. The reference dose here is closer to that of PFOS and PFOA. It's 10 to the -6, so not quite as small, but closer. What's worth noting here is the half-life for Gen X is very fast. It's metabolized quickly. It's very difficult to detect in humans and biological tissue. There is only one study where they have been able to derive a bioaccumulation factor, and that study is so incredibly valuable. This is the only study that's done it. I tried, and we could not detect it in fish. Dr. Hoppen and the Gen X study could also not detect Gen X in human blood. So it's very hard to detect, and this is the only study that has done it. The toxicity information is presented exactly the same way. So the POD was a little larger, but there are more uncertainty factors around Gen X, and then that leads to the reference dose being 10 to the -6. I think this is number 6. PFHXA is from the IRIS program. This was an interesting one because there are developmental effects observed in rodents during pregnancy. And so the uncertainty factors here are different. But the reference dose is 10 to the -4, also with a very small bioaccumulation factor, indicating it does not accumulate as much as the others. The point of departure is listed here and divided by the total uncertainty factor. Total uncertainty factors. And then you get the reference dose of 5 times 10 to the -4. One thing I will note, and it will become important in a few slides, when a developmental effect is observed and deemed the critical effect, so an effect that is seen during pregnancy in utero to the developing baby, they do not add any additional uncertainty factors for that kind of critical effect. And that's because it is such a sensitive life stage that adding additional uncertainty factors there would be less protective. So developmental effects are very sensitive, and they don't add additional extrapolation for duration during pregnancy when it's a developmental effect, but they add all the others. Yes.
Mr. Keen?
It's interesting that maybe I don't understand the adding in or taking out or not making it part of, but the drilling down, I appreciate that. But coming up for air, I'm just thinking of county health assessments, hospitals, and pregnancy, birth, and where these reports are having to be collaborated with hospitals, local hospitals, rural hospitals. And then when you're adding in or plugging in these births, pregnancies, are you collaborating with DHHS, and are we getting the same in-depth reports, or are they getting the same in-depth reports, or are we getting, that we're getting here for DHHS? So moving forward, we can have as much explained to us so we can extrapolate maybe some of those things that you're not adding.
Sure. So all of this information is in these EPA documents. I have not presented this to DHHS, but I can easily give them this presentation. I communicate with their toxicologist very often. It's important to note these uncertainty components are from the EPA. Prior to the meeting, there were some short summaries of each of these kind of toxicological bits provided. Forthcoming, there is a larger toxicological document from the department that is not quite as comprehensive as the EPA documents, but further explains all of these factors. If anyone wants to read further about them.
Thank you. I'll follow up later with that, Madam
Okay.
Chair, if I can later, but not
Sure.
not now.
Okay.
Thank you. All right.
Okay. Number 7.
Sorry, Bridget.
It's okay. I can't remember what number it is now. So this next one is PFNA. This is one that the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry did an assessment for, and the EPA used in their National Primary Drinking Water Standard. These are developmental delays again, so that speaks to uncertainty, but the reference dose is small. This is 10 to the -6. This is the same magnitude as the Gen X reference dose. And the bioaccumulation factor here is larger than that for Gen X. This leads to the reference dose being the same based on the point of departure. But again, I didn't include the duration extrapolation, but it is just one here for the developmental effects. This is number 8. We're almost done, is PFHXS. Again, this is an ATSDR summary. The EPA has incorporated this into their National Primary Drinking Water Standard. These were in-life effects observed in rats. They did have the same order of magnitude reference dose, 10 to the -6. Bioaccumulation is a bit different. Taking the POD from the rats and dividing it by a lot of uncertainty based on the database, duration, interspecies, and human variation, you get a very small reference dose. That's, I mean, the same magnitude as Gen X. The last compound is one that is a little different. And so this is an EPA value. They found liver effects, like many of the other compounds, particularly Gen X also has liver effects. The reference dose is 10 to the -4. Here, however, there is no bioaccumulation factor. And the reason for this is that this compound is very small. It is very hard, difficult to detect accurately, analytically. The methods to detect it accurately at low levels in water have only just been improved recently. The labs that run all of DEQ samples for the Chemours suite of compounds, in addition to many other PFAS, cannot detect this in solid matrices right now. And that's why there is no bioaccumulation factor information available, because it cannot be detected in fish tissue accurately at this point. One day, when that is not the case, we could go back and calculate this based on our own data. I have all of those fish samples in the freezer still, but we don't have that information right now. The point of departure here is a lot higher than it's been for many of the other studies, but combined with the few studies available, the uncertainty is quite high, and that leads to the reference dose just being 10 to the -4. I know that's a lot of information, and I'm happy to answer questions if you have any. I'm also happy to just follow up with you afterwards if you want more specific details, or after you've thought about it, you have other questions. But that is actually the end of my lengthy presentation. So I thank you for listening.
Thank you. Any questions right now? Commissioner Deerhag?
Question for Assistant Secretary Mace-Moore. Will the contracted RIA include cumulative risk?
We don't have the ability to do cumulative health risks right now. And for that reason, and we don't have the rules that allow us to look at cumulative mixtures impact. So we are bringing forward what we can with the regulatory authority and the flexibility we have at this point.
And I'm talking about the cumulative risk just amongst the 9, not including all of the other environmental exposures that people have.
That's a good question. So in the RIA, we will look at those subsets of facilities that have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way down to all the compounds. I will say for now, we haven't seen that many facilities that have all of them. So one chart I didn't show is that we are seeing certain footprints of the type of PFAS, depending on what was utilized in terms of activities around the state. So we're seeing a certain footprint in the southeast, a certain footprint on the west, a certain footprint in the northeast. And that's an artifact of the type of activities that could have contributed to the PFAS loading in that area. And we hope to bring that up in January. We're still processing all the data to see if any one or multiple facilities have all 9 of them, or we're looking at individually subsets of them.
So in some sense, that is sort of a qualitative look at cumulative risk.
Yes. One of the challenge will be if a facility has to treat PFAS and they have 4 out of 9, let's just say, what determines the design of that system and the costs associated with that system? And so it'll be the more stringent or the more difficult to control system that's going to overall affect the analysis. And then, as Franny said, PFOA and PFAS are going to be the drivers here. If you look at the RFDs for those in the cancer slow factor, they are significantly low, and it's driving the standards to be extremely low. And so if a facility controls PFOA and PFAS through BMPs and other techniques or treatment, then they're going to be able to control the other pollutants.
Commissioner Lyerly?
Yeah, again, thanks for the very comprehensive detail. I'm sure that there's a ton more. So I was getting back to again, the relationship between health outcomes and these exposures. And, again, as you accumulate data, I just noted that the PFOA, the specific cancer risk is in renal cell carcinoma, kidney cancer, which is a reportable disease. So if you look at the national data, that is rising in North Carolina. So I don't know, where do you go from a research idea to really trying to find a link between reportable outcomes and the association between that and perhaps these exposures? Where does that activity fit in? Is it HHS? Is it with you guys, or is it just a research topic for consideration in the future?
So there's actually a researcher at the EPA. His name is Dr. Calvin Ward-Cavanis, and he is in the computational tox group. But he has taken all of the UCMR3 data, so all of the unregulated contaminants monitoring data that includes PFAS and PFOA and a few others, and compared that to actual health data from the UNC health system. And so he's found some really interesting things. There are a lot of comorbidities, and so humans are complicated, and it's a little harder to parse things out than with an empirical lab study. But there is work being done to look at the actual human health data in North Carolina compared to what's in our water. And I can make that publication available.
Great. Commissioner Ellison.
Just clarification on the rat study, you said, was it only female rats were in the study, or only female rats got the cancer?
It's a great question. Only the female rats in the study got the cancer. The male rats didn't have any effects.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Gibson or Commissioner Reardon?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. So now for everyone, I guess, a little bit of a time check. So we were down to the last couple of presentations related to PFAS. If we can move through those relatively quickly, what will happen after that is I would suggest we take a 5-minute break and come back before we finish our agenda. There is one remissions committee that's meeting. Remissions Committee 2, as I understand, has been canceled. Their agenda fell away. lucky members of Remission Group 2. Remission Group 1 is meeting, and that is tentatively scheduled for 1:30. So we're trying to move toward finishing our agenda and having a little bit of breathing room before the remissions committee. There will be lunch here for the EMC members that you'll be able to grab in the back room at some point in there. So that's the plan. Are we ready?
Surface.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Bolliard. I am the Senior Engineer to the Assistant Secretary. I've been with DEQ for about 13 months now. In my role, I have been primarily focusing on PFAS-related multimedia efforts. It is an honor to be here, and I'm going to go over our initial assessment of the potentially affected source types with the implementation of a surface water quality standard. That will also feed into our regulatory impact assessment. So I do want to distinguish very, very quickly what the mechanisms that would influence PFAS to be found in surface water versus groundwater, which will relate to the presentation that'll be next. But here you'll see that runoff as well as any effluents that go into a surface water could impact surface water quality in related to PFAS. But groundwater will be relying on more sophisticated mechanisms for PFAS to be found in groundwater. So the first thing that we wanted to do was look at our National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permits and determine which ones are more prevalent to have the potential to discharge PFAS in their effluent and which ones are priority focus, mainly from a standpoint of relative loading potential to surface water. We will be focusing primarily on the industrial dischargers and the POTW pretreatment programs, which is what I'll be showing today in terms of some statistics around what we expect to see in terms of regulatory impacts on these facilities. Before we begin this assessment, we started to lay the foundation of understanding what industries, not only in North Carolina, but potentially across the US, could be associated with PFAS. We wanted to move from being reactive to chemours to proactive to not only existing permitted facilities in North Carolina, but also some of the emerging industries that you see coming to North Carolina, like EV manufacturers, semiconductor manufacturing, and so forth. So the way that we did this is we wanted to comb through various reports, databases in the Federal Registry. One thing to note that if you look at all of these references here and you looked at them individually, you're only going to see a handful of the potential PFAS industries that we could see have an impact from a multimedia standpoint. By going through all of these resources, we identified 387 different unique industries across 23 different sectors, and that is using a NAICS code, which is the North American Industry Classification System. This number allows us to be able to potentially relate those industries across various permitting programs, and it's also something that's uniformly used across the United States. Now, I have noted that there are a large number of PFAS industries, but for our regulatory impact assessment and surface water standard development, we are going to be looking at the guidance specifically given by EPA last December that focuses on how to assess PFAS discharges in NPDES permits and also through pretreatment programs. As you'll see here, these are probably a lot of the well-known industries that if you have followed any bit of this topic over the years, it is not surprising to see organic chemical manufacturing, electroplating, landfills, pulp and paper, and so forth. So the numbers that I'm going to show you today in terms of the sources that we've identified that could potentially be associated with PFAS are going to be strictly from the industries that are listed on that EPA memo. The first group that I'm going to focus on is what we would call direct dischargers. So in NIPDs, we can have direct dischargers to surface water, but we can also have indirect dischargers to surface water. So if we look at industrial dischargers that have individual permits, it's important to note that these dischargers will go strictly into the surface water. They don't have any other type of means of going through a POTW or anything else. These industries are going to be more straightforward to potentially identify that have PFAS because we don't have the complexity of other aspects that I'll focus on in our POTWs with pretreatment. So in order to identify the potentially affected industry, we started with our permitting list that is kept in North Carolina in our DWR division. And what we found is of the major industrial dischargers, there are approximately 57 currently active in North Carolina. Of those facilities, about 70% did match to a PFAS industry that is associated with that NIPD's memo from last December. That is approximately 40 facilities that we can have a known or a potential discharge of PFAS. As we go through our RIA, it's going to be important to understand in a bit more detail what specific industries are encompassed under those industrial dischargers. It's not surprising that over 90% of those identified facilities are related to some form of manufacturing. Some examples are paper manufacturing, textiles, as well as chemicals. And you see there's a small set of utilities, wholesale trade, and also to note there is one landfill that has discharge directly to surface water. So now getting to one of the illustrations that Assistant Secretary Mazemore illustrated earlier in terms of reducing sources upstream of drinking water intake is publicly owned treatment works with pretreatment programs, major facilities. What's illustrated here on the left is that a wastewater treatment plant can have, if they have a pretreatment program, they can get discharges from significant industrial users, but they're also going to get influent discharges from residential. If you are familiar with PFAS sources, and we know it's very ubiquitous across our lives, there is going to be a residual discharge of PFAS from residentials, even if we eliminated all of our SIU discharges. So looking at the breakdown of POTWs that have pretreatment programs, there's 133 majors. If one of those POTWs had at least one significant industrial user that was related to one of those PFAS industries by EPA, they were captured in the potential PFAS significant industrial user. And so approximately 64% of those facilities, which is approximately 85, have been initially identified to potentially be affected by a surface water standard due to their prevalence of PFAS in their discharges. It's also important to delve into those SIUs that are going into those facilities, those POTWs, and there are potentially 606 SIUs in those pretreatment programs. It's also important to note that those SIUs are not directly regulated by DEQ, that they are regulated through their respective pretreatment programs. About 35% of those 606 SIUs, so about 212, were associated with the PFAS industry. You will see a bit more diversity when we look at the distribution of the sector types among those SIUs. Manufacturing was just over 70%. We see the similar industries that we saw associated with direct industrial dischargers, but you do see the addition of battery, food, and also metal finishing. And then we see a larger fraction of landfills and waste remediation type industries. One thing that to note is that in our analysis, we did identify that 8 POTWs across North Carolina do collectively receive discharges from about 27% of those SIUs. So what's going to be very important in our regulatory impact assessment is going to hinge on the available data. So what we did is we took our inventory of POTWs, significant industrial users, industrial facilities, And we wanted to look at how many of those facilities have PFAS data associated with them. That could be one sampling event and one group of data. It could also be multiple data points. When we look at POTWs, of our North Carolina facilities, 34 of those had facility-specific PFAS data. One of the reasons why I say 100% of those facilities will have data for us to be able to do our regulatory impact assessment is that, as Assistant Secretary Mays-Moore alluded to earlier, is water has always been ahead in terms of the analytical capabilities and the studies that have not only been done across state agencies, but also across universities and other types of studies. So what we will plan to do with our consultants is also include other state data, but also other data across literature sources. Significant industrial users, we had a 68% of those that are North Carolina specific, but a majority of these were also identified through EPA's PFAS analytics tool in terms of what industries related to a SIC code. And then lastly, the industrial dischargers, we have about 63% of facility-specific data. We will be able to look at other EPA and other state data, but I didn't really associate that to having a complete data set yet because we need to delve into that a little more and make sure that those facilities are appropriate to relate to facilities in North Carolina. That's it.
Any questions for Ms. Bolyard? Mr. Baumgartner?
Yeah, Madam Chair, one quick question. The facilities that you've identified, are they concentrated in certain watersheds? Are they pretty much across North Carolina? Is there a more heavier concentration in certain river basins, certain watersheds?
We do see clusters of more industrial dischargers around the Greensboro area and such. We do have that information associated with the watershed and something that we're taking into consideration during the RA, but I do not have the answer at the moment.
Any other questions?
I do have a quick question. So for the POTWs, what are the additional treatment processes that they might have to implement to comply?
From a POTW standpoint, I would say from an economic and technical feasibility, the goal is hopefully those facilities to get their upstream SIUs to reduce their discharges. If you think about a facility that has 22 million gallons per day versus an SIU that has, let's say, 10,000 gallons per day, from a cost standpoint, it's going to be a lot more costly to treat at a POTW. Right now, if a POTW chooses not to work with their SIUs, they will take the brunt of that cost in terms of treatment. But the specific treatment technologies that are viable and commercially available now and have been demonstrated are reverse osmosis, granular activated carbon, ion exchange. Typically right now, because of some of the challenges with putting that upstream prior to a biological treatment, right now I would say the implementation of that would be done in terms of tertiary treatment. So after biological treatment and clarification.
Any other questions?
Thank you. That was very helpful.
Thank you. And the final presentation is on sources, potential affected sources for groundwater.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Smith, members of the commission. Thank you for your time today. My name is Jessica Monti. I'm with the Division of Waste Management and the Solid Waste Section, and I'm helping to coordinate the regulatory impact analysis for the O2L groundwater standards. So I'll be going over what the current existing 2L requirements are in the rules, the potential PFAS impacts to core program areas in DEQ, and the programs where we are applying or enforcing the O2L standards, potential sources of PFAS in groundwater where those changes to the standards would be applicable, and some of the PFAS groundwater work we're doing across North Carolina. So there's a distinction between the O2B existing requirements and the O2L existing requirements in the rule, which is that Rule 0202C currently states that substances that are not naturally occurring and where there is no standard specified in the table in paragraph H shall not be permitted above the PQL. And the practical quantitation limit, the PQL, is defined in Rule 0201. So for the groundwater standards, adding a standard for these multiple PFAS constituents would not be adding a new standard out of nowhere. It would basically be changing the effective groundwater standard from the laboratory PQL to a consistent numerical standard in the table in paragraph H. So as I mentioned, it won't be adding a new standard, which is different from the 2B standards for surface water. We also wanted to mention that there's another option for doing remediation, which is in DWM most, the applicability of the groundwater standards, it mostly applies to remediation sites. And those sites don't just have the option of cleaning up to the O2L standard, but they also have the option to do risk-based remediation. So that's an option that's under the standard. So just pointing out that there's, you know, the O2L standard isn't the only option for a cleanup goal. There's also the risk-based remediation. So for potential impacts to some of the core DWM program areas, and the presentation is fairly short, but if you're looking for more background on an overview of what DWM does and what our programs are, and also what types of facilities we're doing remediation and how we make decisions on remediation, at the Groundwater and Waste Management Committee meetings in January and March at Commissioner Bailey's request, we provided some information items that will give you some background on that if you're looking for more information. So for these mentioned waste management programs, the assessment and remediation is required to be done for contaminants that were known to be released or discharged at the site by the person conducting the activity. And that would apply to the hazardous waste sites, Superfund sites like inactive hazardous sites in the federal remediation branch, and under the underground storage tank section, that will be sites where AFFF was used, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. But for making this change to the rule that we're proposing, the amendment to the rule, in an absence of a rulemaking action to add these standards, the existing responsible parties would still be required to assess and remediate PFAS at these remediation sites where PFAS was determined to have been released at the site by that responsible party. So where I'm saying this requirement would not change, I mean this decision making process of how we decide what is analyzed for, what is monitored, what is required to be remediated would continue to be the same. That's based on the requirements in Rule 0106 in O2L, and those requirements are not changing as a part of this rulemaking action. Some other program areas are brownfields, and for brownfields redevelopment, when they have a site that is contaminated and remediation is required by the responsible party, then it would be shifted over into the Superfund inactive hazardous sites branch. So it would be treated the same way as the other sites that I mentioned, where the decision would be in following Rule 0106 requirements. And that would continue to be the same, you know, that's the current requirement. That would be continue to be the requirement of the way it's handled after if the rule becomes effective and the standards change. In the solid waste section, the solid waste sanitary landfills, they have requirements in rule for doing routine detection monitoring and also assessment monitoring. They also can apply the requirements of O2L for remediation where there's been an impact. But we have recently, in July, sent out a memo requesting that landfills sample and analyze their groundwater for PFAS at their next regularly scheduled groundwater monitoring event. So we've not gotten a ton of data back yet. That will take another probably year or so before we're getting, or maybe even 2 before we're getting a lot of data back. But just wanted to point out that we have asked for that information, and we'll be reviewing that data and making some decisions and determining next steps once we have more information. This is a few visuals just showing where some of the groundwater impacts in North Carolina have been found. The visual is not comprehensive. This is not everywhere you will find PFAS. It is just some of the information that we have gathered. The teal, turquoise colored areas, obviously Keymore's, with the expansion showing groundwater results. And there's also the kind of purple is the AFFF, where we found it in generally training sites for firefighting. And then also some leachate, the points you see for multiple detections and chemical constituents and leachate are just for leachate. Those aren't showing groundwater results. Like I just said, we just asked for that and we'll be getting that. So that's not what's represented here, but that is, much of those are leachate at landfills. So we're compiling this information. The other visual is I'm just re-showing the ambient groundwater monitoring map that Sushma had included and that Andy Neal had included at his presentation to the Groundwater Committee in July. Regarding the aqueous film forming foam, the AFFF sites, that's another source for groundwater contamination for PFAS. The AFFF is often used in emergency situations, but can lead to PFAS entering the environment. DEQ is currently looking at the fire training facilities that utilize this to ensure groundwater impacts do not exist, since it's used, the foam is used repeatedly at these facilities. We're coordinating with the PFAS network, the collaboratory and universities regarding these sites, and getting their assistance on, how they're working with the firefighters to, phase out the AFFF that contains PFAS. And when we see when we identify one of these sites or there's an emergency situation, it's like a spill, the 18-wheeler that you see right here where the foam was used after a spill, where the initial focus is always looking at nearby receptors and assessing that risk. So here's some other examples of potential PFAS sources, very similar to the one you saw for Stephanie for surface water, but for groundwater and mainly for DWM, it's military bases, the fire training and the airports, all where, generally it's AFFF is what we're looking at. Metal plating, the chemical production, landfills, obviously, and the paper and pulp. So just in summary, North Carolina has PFAS that's present in groundwater in various parts of the state. Standards development will provide that consistent approach to assessment and remedial action. If you would ask, we already have the PQL as a standard, why do we need something different? PQL is not necessarily consistent. It can be different between labs. It can be different over time at one lab based on their equipment, their technology. So having a numerical standard would make that goal consistent and provide some regulatory certainty. We're keeping in mind as we're developing standards, making sure that the laboratories are able to accurately test for the compounds, and making sure that we know that there'll be effective, and there are effective treatment options available if PFAS is found in groundwater. And PFAS is initially evaluated to determine any immediate impacts on nearby receptors as further assessment is evaluated. That's all. I tried to be quick. Do you have any questions?
Commissioner Keen?
Brought up an interesting piece on the leachment on these landfills. The leachment rate and the absorption rate when it's found, and what's the solution moving forward for the municipalities or the county governments in these landfills? How do you move forward when you overlay? I guess another question would be, how do you move forward when you overlay the landfills that's been identified with the previous slides that we've seen today in reference to contamination of groundwater?
I think with landfills where they're collecting the leachate, a lot of times it's not, the goal is to not release the leachate to the groundwater. So where you're finding PFAS in the leachate, that might be more of it's going to a treatment plant or something like that. So it would fall under looking at the 2B standards maybe. And Michael, jump in if you have anything else to add. But so it wouldn't, unless we've detected a release from the landfill. It would be more of a to be surface water, POTW concern, that, because that's where the leachate is being discharged. Does that answer your question?
Somewhat, but we have landfills that the composition is different in some of the areas of the state. And with the soils and determining those soil factors, then when there's leaching, what's the solution moving forward to identify that? And to not just identify it, but to let the municipalities or the counties that have these landfills, how do they move forward?
Yeah, great question. Michael Scott, Director of the Division of Waste Management. This is the real starting point with the collection of data, as Jessica mentioned, and Assistant Secretary Mays-Moore, especially with the sanitary landfills in North Carolina. They're all having to sample groundwater, leachate, and surface water around the facilities. We know that some landfills have received materials that can contain PFAS, and that PFAS potentially ends up in the leachate, the liquid fraction that leaves the facility. So we do have facilities in North Carolina that are already looking at landfill leachate treatment, meaning putting treatment on for that material that leaves the facility to remove the PFAS. When we find it in groundwater, whether it's a sandy textured soil in the coastal plain or a heavy clay in the Piedmont, we're going to be working with those permittees to assess where the PFAS impacts are in groundwater, and then immediately, are there any receptors that are impacted? The first receptor would be a private well user next to the landfill, let's say, unfortunately, down gradient of groundwater flow. We would want to make sure that private well owner and their groundwater supply are protected. If something was found at the landfill property, that would be a first step. Then we would work with the landfill operator to figure out where the PFAS is coming from that may now unfortunately be in groundwater. Is it coming from the waste itself or another source? But it's a collaborative approach to work with our permittees. We need North Carolina landfills to safely dispose of waste streams society generates. But if we find these PFAS, we're looking to the standards development before this commission to provide some regulatory consistency and certainty on what levels are appropriate and what would need to be remediated to.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So thank you, everyone who participated in the PFAS presentations. That was very helpful and comprehensive. I learned a lot about toxicology today, which I needed to learn. So thank you. And we are going to take a 5-minute break. There should be lunch for commission members in the back room. One thing I wanted to mention, I've talked to Council Reynolds about, is because of that shift, the EMC bylaws don't account for any of this. And so one thing we need to do going forward is amend the bylaws to recognize the process for electing a chair. And while the statute covers most things, it covers the chair's term, it does not cover some other things, including some questions like what happens if an elected chair does not finish their term as chair. So if they resign from the commission or for some other reason couldn't continue to serve, there's no process set out in the legislation about how to deal with that. And I think, so one logical approach that is often used is you go ahead and do an election of a new chair, but only to serve out the remainder of that term. That's going to be one question, is does that person serve a full 2-year term, or do they just serve out the remainder of the term of the person they're replacing as chair? So there's some things like that that the bylaws can help clear up going forward. So what Council Reynolds and I have talked about is perhaps having him worked with the EMC Executive Committee on an initial draft of changes to the bylaws to address some of those things, and then bring that draft back to the EMC once they've reached some sort of consensus on what a first draft would look like, and then have the EMC take that up as amendments to the bylaws. So anyone have anything else on the subject of bylaws to suggest we need to consider in that. Again, mostly we've talked about what to do about filling an uncompleted term.
I'm eating lunch, I'm sorry. Madam Chair, on the bylaws, so when it goes to the executive committee, which are the chairs of all the standing committees, correct?
Right.
So when that's deliberated upon and we come to a consensus, then is there a number of days that we have to give the board or commission, the commission, to be legal? Is there a number of days they have to get it before our next meeting?
Yeah.
And if so, what are the number of days?
I believe that is specified in the bylaws, but let me allow Council Reynolds to address that question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the bylaws currently provide notice to members via mail or email within 7 days, or no later than 5 days posted to the website beforehand. I would anticipate that we would provide it to the commission much more in advance of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If I may, I can add, when we did the rules review for the commission, and we amended the bylaws last time, it went to the executive committee as the appropriate committee to look at that. That's where we took it, because it doesn't belong in one of the other standing committees.
Right. That seemed to make sense. So if there's nothing else on the subject of bylaws, that's the path we'll plan to take, is that the executive committee members will work with Council Reynolds to put together a first draft and bring that back to the EMC, and that you'll see the draft in advance of the meeting where that's taken up. And so the other issue is election. Well, we have two issues, really. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that.
It's just about the bylaws. I've served on a lot of bylaw committees over the years on different commissions and board of trustees, and that's something to take really conscious of, and almost like a constitution in the way I look at it. So I know this is special circumstance, but when you're talking about 5 days before a meeting changing bylaws, I would carefully challenge that.
Well, that is the minimum amount of time that's required. And so, and also to put that in a little bit more context, it requires, the bylaws currently require that you receive it at least that number of days in advance of a meeting. When it actually gets to the meeting, there's no timeline for you to act. And so if you feel like you don't have enough time to make a decision at the first meeting where you receive those draft bylaws, you're not under any obligation to act immediately. You can take whatever time the EMC feels is appropriate to deal with that.
Yeah, I just made that as a comment.
Appreciate that. In terms of officers, the new appointments to the commission mean that we have a vacancy in the vice chair position, which was always elected. That is already covered by the bylaws. And then we have to elect a chair based on the new statutory provision. What the statutory language says is that the EMC, I'm talking about us specifically, it doesn't just apply to us. Some other commissions have the same new provisions. The EMC needs to elect a chair within 90 days after the most recent appointments were made. And so Commissioner Yarborough and Commissioner Reardon are the most recent appointees by the Ag Commissioner. Those were made on October 26th, is my understanding. And so under the new law, the EMC has 90 days to elect a chair after that point. And so that puts us into January potentially. So basically you have a couple of decisions to make. You can decide on the timing, whether you want to take up the issue of electing a chair and or vice chair today. If you want to wait until January, you can do that and still be consistent with the law. So that's open for discussion.
I have a question.
Commissioner Keen.
In reference to that time period of 90 days into December, January, will there be any appointments currently that will expire before the end of that 90 days? that are sitting on the board at this time?
No,
Okay, thank you.
no. Most of the appointments terms are until June 30th of a given year. So no, we don't look for any changes unless someone runs away in the meantime. So, Commissioner Solomon.
Just opinion, I would like to see us do them today. We can. And I think it sets the tone for the first of the year, just a break in everybody's mind. We come back after the first of the year and we've got everything set and ready to go. So that would be my discussion.
Commissioner Bailey?
Well, I guess I'm wondering a couple of things. Would the new bylaws be revised to have a procedure for the nomination and election of the chair? Is it wise to wait to see how those bylaws might be written? I just wonder how we're going to deal with that in the bylaws.
And I don't know
Council
exactly.
Reynolds can.
Yes, I think if Council Reynolds has a suggestion, again, we're sort of at the beginning stage of figuring out what the bylaws need to cover.
So thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that is one of the number of issues that I've identified in the existing bylaws that need to be addressed. Other things would include continuity of operations, which had never been an issue before, because if there were a vacancy in the chair at the same time as the vice chair, then the governor was responsible for appointing a new chair, and only the chair can call meetings to order and those types of things. Well, and the vice chair in the absence of the chair. But so what I would envision, what I've been putting together is a provision that would address when a term begins and ends, posing to you all the question of whether term limits are something that you wanted, the number of times a person could be elected chair or vice chair. Nominations as well, which would be covered by Robert's rules as a default currently. As I mentioned, the filling of vacancies and how that would be for the remainder of the expired term is what I would envision, but that's not what is provided in the statute for now, which is just that the chair is to be elected and the vice chair is to be elected. And as you all may recall, we never really even had in the bylaws a set time of when we would elect the vice chair every 2 years. It was just sort of, oh, it's time to elect the vice chair. Let's go ahead and do that. Or there was a vacancy in the vice chair. Let's fill that vacancy now because of either a resignation or an expiration of a term, something along those lines. So those are the things that I think absolutely the bylaws would need to address as part of this body's decision-making, or at least I would recommend that they be addressed as part of this body's decision-making.
Commissioner Bailey?
Just to follow up on that. So it's a totally new procedure for us because the governor appointed the chair. Are there other commissions you represent that have not been appointed by the governor, that they have it in their procedures?
Yes, the Oil and Gas Commission was one that was elected. And the biggest distinction there is the statute provided when the terms of officers would begin and end. Although we did run into an issue with that because if memory serves, and sometimes it doesn't, but usually it does, they always say that your memory goes first, and I can never remember what they say comes next. But the issue was that the commission met for the first time in, I think, March of that year. And the way the statute was written, upon the election of the chair, that chair served an entire term of 3 months and then had to be reelected to serve a full term or another sort of full term. And it limited the chair to not being able to be reelected despite the fact that the first term lasted all of 3 months. But those provisions were provided in statute. We have some others as well. There are a number of other organizations that I pulled together bylaws for. I think the Geology Board is one. the State Water Infrastructure Authority. Its chair is the director of the Division of State Water Infrastructure. But for the majority of the commissions, and I'm representing 4 right now, the chair has been appointed by the governor and not elected. So it is a little bit of a change, say for the Oil and Gas Commission, because the Mining Commission, I can't remember what year it is exactly, but either started this year, I think it was this year, but that chair was appointed by the governor as well.
So my comment to that is just that there are a lot of questions in terms of the term, when does it start, how long does it last for? And so I guess I'd say the suggestion to nominate someone today and vote on it, I guess in my opinion, would be a little premature until we knew a little bit more about how it could work in terms of when someone's elected. I feel like I'd like more information. I don't know if you would make a motion and say, I want it to have this kind of term and I want this kind of transition. I don't know. I guess it'd be hard to know how that would all work, but that's how I'm looking at it, is there's a lot of details to work out based on what you just said.
Commissioner Carter?
I don't disagree with what Commissioner Bailey just said about details to be worked out, but I think those are details to be worked out with the bylaws. And I don't see that there's any reason to not go ahead with the elections, which are specifically set forth in the statute today. So I'm ready to offer a motion to that effect.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Solomon?
Yeah, I'll just add that we're covered by Roberts in the bylaws, and that's, Counselor and I carry our Roberts around with us because that's what we're supposed to do. But basically what Roberts does, it gives us the procedure to basically say if there's a conflict, like if the chair, if she's comes up for the election, then she's got to pass it down the line. Roberts tells us there's 2 ways we can do this, by either voice ballot or by paper ballot. Roberts tells us that the decision of this board this day is final, and the new chair or vice chair or secretary, we don't have a secretary, their term takes effect immediately, according to Roberts. And so what would happen is we've been mandated, as Commissioner Carter said, to vote on a chair and do 2 years. The vice chair is already defined by 2 years of their term. So if we vote it today, we have the process and procedure in Roberts, and we have the terms commence today. And as Commissioner Carter says, or Commissioner Yarborough, that gives us some time to think about how we would cycle the next time around in the bylaws. But to think we can get the bylaws worked out of all the decisions that may need to be made, I think we've got Roberts, and that's why I say let's fall back on Roberts and go. So, and y'all been on other boards and commissions. Y'all know how this works.
Commissioner Deerhead?
Aside from the fact that we're in an unprecedented situation where we're having people vote remotely in a non-COVID situation, I do want to ask a Robert's Rules question, and that is, in the nominating process, is it permitted to have more than one nominee before a vote is taken?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Robert's Rules provides that you can have as many members of a body nominated at one time. Any valid nomination can be offered at that time, and you would take, an election would occur in the sequence of who is, in the order of that the nominations occur. And it wouldn't be it would only be a yay vote instead of a yay or nay. There wouldn't need to be a second. It would just be, so the names would be called in the order. If we proceeded to an election, the names would be called in an order. Members in favor would vote yay until someone obtained a majority.
So there would be, just to make up something, so there'd be all those in favor of John Doe say yay, all those in favor of Jane Smith say no.
Well, so it would
Yay.
be, right, so it'd be all those in favor of Jane Doe signify by raising your hand so that we could, make, and in this case, we do have to do the roll call since we have members participating remotely. And when at the conclusion of that round, then we would proceed to a vote on the second person nominated.
Oh, so you have to finish one name before you begin another name.
Yes.
But all nominations are made prior to vote.
Correct. Correct.
Clarity.
Paper, you can do it with the right amendment on paper.
So you can have all.
So this body, though, I believe is prohibited from acting, balloting in writing under the meetings laws.
Okay.
So all nominations are on the floor at one time.
Correct.
And then there's a vote.
Right.
Okay.
And the sequence of the vote would be based on the order in which the member was nominated. So if it were Jane Doe, John Smith, then it would be all those in favor of Jane Doe, all those in favor of John Smith, and it would proceed until we have got a majority.
Commissioner Tweedy?
Same process as for vice chair once the chair is decided? Is that how that would work?
Yes, so it could be in any order.
Bylaws don't specify how the vice chair is elected either.
Well,
So it has to go to Roberts.
Well, it doesn't specify the election would take place other than that an election occurs among the members.
Right.
Commissioner Carter?
Well, a couple things. Well, one suggestion, I guess, which would be, and I think it's the way you've got it set up on the agenda, that it might make sense to do the vice chair first, and then the vice chair can preside chair election. But the second thing is, I need to make sure I understand what you said about roll call vote and everything. So you have to take each nominee in order, correct?
Correct.
All right, so if you're going to do a roll call vote, unless you start up here, does that mean we have to do an aye or a nay for each chair, or, I mean, each nominee, or you just remain silent, or what?
You would just do an aye. So if there is no nay, it's just an aye on an election. And usually that's because all the members are present physically and would normally signify by raising their hands. But because it's a matter coming before the body where some members are participating remotely, they could, I suppose we could simply track the votes somehow.
I'll make a suggestion here, which I think makes a little more sense. I don't know if it's entirely consistent with Roberts, which is if you've got two nominees, you come around and name of the nominee that you're voting for in each case, rather than doing one round with one person and second round with the second person. Is there a reason not to do that?
Well, the only reason I have, and I'm not questioning the logic of it, I'm saying that Robert's rules is our default, and Robert's rule says you do one, then you do the next.
Okay.
And that is not a.
Yeah, I'm not trying to cause
Yeah.
trouble with Roberts. Well, no, and I didn't bring Roberts with me. So
Well, you can borrow my copy. I mean, it's well marked up here.
You keep it over there. That's fine. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We've been at this before.
So I suspect one reason for doing that is to avoid having deadlocked votes as well. So any other discussion on timing, process? Commissioner Reardon, or, I'm sorry?
Gibson has her hand up.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say, I'm not sure I'm comfortable taking a vote today without information about what potential candidates would bring to the position.
Well, I guess I'll respond to that, because we've never done that before with any election we've had for vice chair. I mean, we simply know the members of the commission. Now, I grant that you're in a little different situation since you're such a new member and don't know the other members of the commission nearly as well. But I'm not sure how you do that anyway. You have a campaign or something, or I'm not sure. I don't follow that, or no, let's not do that.
Well, perhaps those who are interested might be nominated this time and then provide information to all of the commissioners, even if it's just a brief paragraph about what their vision is for assuming this role.
I thought you had a motion to.
Well, that's not going to work very well, at least a paragraph, if we're voting today. I mean, I guess we could ask each Well, my suggestion, I guess, would be that whatever the nominees are, let whoever's nominating them make their own pitch or whatever, or why they're nominating that particular candidate, if it's a real concern. But I'm not sure of another good way to do this. We certainly don't want to debate or anything of that sort. Yeah.
Commissioner Deerheck.
Maybe what I'm hearing Dr. Gibson say is that put the names forward today, allow the nominees to provide the information, and then vote in January.
That's exactly what I'm asking.
Commissioner Bailey.
Well, and I would support that because we have so many new people. I mean, a few months ago or a year ago, we all knew each other. But now there's so many new people, it seems premature to me and doesn't give people the opportunity to get to know somebody else, especially those that are virtual today.
Any other discussion?
Well,
Commissioner Carr?
Postponing it for a month isn't gonna, I don't see how that really helps in terms of getting to know people. I mean, it's just not gonna happen. We don't see each other on the street. We're not gonna see each other between now and the next meeting.
You don't know what we do between meetings.
Well, that's true. That is true. You're correct there, but most of us don't anyway. I'll stay out of this.
I think, if I can be recognized.
Commissioner Solomon.
Exactly.
I think that the way the bylaws are now and the way Roberts is, that's not in our purview to do. So is that something for the future bylaw? Should there be a nominating committee? There's all kind of things we could do, as y'all have done before on other boards and commissions. We don't have that at our disposal now, but we do have the elections on the agenda. We do have Roberts to guide us, and it's as simple as us making nominations and voting up or down. And I would just say, let's vote it up or down, however it comes out. Just
Commissioner Deerheck.
I think that Commissioner Gibson has a valid point. For the newer members, they don't know many of us. Some of them may know another. Some of you may have had a chance to talk ahead of the meeting. I don't know. But with her being remote, there is telephone. There is Zoom calls. Anybody could talk one-on-one. Certainly, we're prohibited from talking collectively when we're not having a public meeting. But if she wanted to become more familiar with the candidates with a one-on-one conversation, what's to prevent having a more informed vote by waiting less than 90 days for the next meeting?
Any other discussion?
I'd like
Commissioner Carter, I'm not sharing my social life with you.
No, I was thinking about a motion, but Commissioner Keen's.
No, I'm not here for a motion right now, but I'm going to let Commissioner Carter do whatever but it's going back to knowing people. This is my third term on this board and served under the Senate and the House. And I worked in the governor's office, but I show up at this board, this commission, not knowing a lot of commissioners when I first show up. But I'm put on a committee and I sit on those committees and I listen to those chairs move that meeting and trust in those chairs. And I trust in the appointments. Now I have access to a computer and I can go to LinkedIn, I can go to Facebook, when I see that I'm on a committee or I've been appointed, I go straight to the internet and I look up that person. And I pretty much know going in what I've read, but not how it goes. I leave that up to faith. And when I come in and do the job that we're appointed to do, then I have to rely on the chair. And in this case, it's no different. We've been here, and I'm sure the other two have not met you, but just listening to you engage today, I'm sure you have this commission at heart. But it is what it is, and the rules are the rules, and the General Assembly has made its decision, and here we are today. But I'm in agreement to settle this today. That's all I have to say, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Commissioner Tweedy, oh, I'm sorry, did I?
Commissioner Gibson raised her hand.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't see that.
Yes, yes. First of all, I wanted to say thank you very much for making it possible for me to participate remotely. Had a bit of a family health emergency. My daughter-in-law went into labor with my first grandchild early, all the way across the country, and her family wasn't able to attend. So I'm here to help out, which otherwise I'd be there. I think this is an extremely important commission, and I think the role of the chair is extremely important. And I agree that information about all of the commissioners can be found online. And I just really like, because I don't even know who might be nominated, I'd like chance to be able to gather that sort of information and maybe ask specific questions before casting a vote. And since we do have 90 days, I'd really be much more comfortable voting in January.
Mr. Ellison?
When is the January meeting scheduled for?
It would be the second week in January. It's inside the 90-day period. Any other discussion?
This is
Commissioner
Joe
Reardon?
Reardon. Yes, I'd like to add one comment to it, and I know I'm remote, and I regret that this is my first meeting remote, but with the circumstances as it is, I'm in St. Louis myself, but I'm perfectly comfortable going forward with a vote for a chair and a co-chair today, and I'm satisfied with that. I think you've got some sound membership of that committee listening to them today, and I think I would be satisfied with a vote if that's the direction of the committee.
Any other discussion?
Well, then I will offer the motion that we hold the elections for chair and vice chair now, today.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second. Unfortunately, we have to do a roll call. So Lois, can you do the roll call?
Commissioner Bailey? Oppose? Commissioner Carter?
Aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Duray?
No.
Commissioner Dagan?
Aye.
Commissioner Ellison?
Aye.
Commissioner Keen?
Aye.
Commissioner Lowry?
Aye.
Commissioner Gibson?
Oppose? Nay?
Commissioner Reardon?
Aye.
Commissioner Solomon? Commissioner Tweedy?
Oppose?
Commissioner Yarborough?
Aye.
Commissioner Weiss?
Oppose?
Do you have the totals?
Two,
10 yes.
yeah.
I'm ready to make a motion for the vice chair.
Let's finalize the vote if you'll hold on just
You
a
had
second, just
10.
to make sure we have the right numbers here.
You had 10?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
10 yes.
And so 10,
In favor of holding the elections today.
and how many opposed? 3? 4. Okay. All right. So that's the vote. I'm sorry.
Five.
Oh, 5.
Well, it must not be right.
Here voted,
Because
yeah,
you
it's
didn't
fine.
vote, it must be 9 to 5 then.
Oh,
It's either 10, you didn't vote.
No, I
So
did
it's
not
10 to
vote.
4.
It's
There's
4.
5. Right.
There's 15 members, chair didn't vote, that's 14 in favor, 4 left.
She didn't vote.
I have
You
enough.
can't- There's something wrong. If you had 10 and 5 and you didn't vote, then there's a.
No, we've straightened that out. It's 10 and 4. It's 10
You
and
can't
4.
vote.
okay, 10 to 4.
No, there's
No,
5.
there's 5 no.
There's 4 sitting here plus 1 remote.
Yeah, that's 5.
Been 9 to 5.
Somebody's, that's what I'm saying. I can say it's.
Weiss is
9
a
to
no.
5.
Weiss is a
But
no.
it's what a way there were 5.
Counting.
This is a good one. We should.
Lawyers do it. It had to be 9 to 5.
One,
Did they cut it short? I didn't hear 3 o'clock.
Yeah, they call it the same.
It was 9 to 5.
Yeah.
It's 9 to 5.
Majority either way.
Yeah, it's not a question of outcome. It's a question of getting
Yeah.
the numbers straight.
So I have Commissioner Bailey opposed, Commissioner Baumgartner in favor, Commissioner Carter in favor, Commissioner Deerhake opposed, Commissioner Duggan in favor, Commissioner Ellison in favor, Commissioner Keen in favor, Commissioner Lyerly in favor, Commissioner Solomon in favor, Commissioner Tweedy opposed, Commissioner Weiss opposed. Oh, and Commissioner Yarborough, I didn't. Okay. I have Commissioner Reardon in favor, and I have Commissioner Gibson opposed.
Correct.
So 9 to 5.
9 to 5.
9 to 5.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, where are we?
Motion for the vice chair. I mean, I'm just looking at your order.
Yes. So nominations for vice chair. Commissioner Solomon?
I'll nominate Chris Dugan for the job. He's been with us for several years now. He's an accomplished attorney. He's from the western part of the state. Make a fine, likable, balanced guy. So I think you'll make a fine vice chair, Chris.
And I'll second that nomination.
I don't think you have to second.
Other nominations for vice chair?
That's your chance to nominate somebody else.
Yeah, right. I must have sold you good, brother.
What it requires. You gotta recruit all
Commissioner Duggan.
Can we have a discussion?
Yes, we will have a discussion if you'll, I just wanted to make sure if there were any other names to add to the nomination list.
Need a motion to close nominations or not? I don't
Not
think you
yet,
do.
no.
I don't think you do though. I think you can call that.
Commissioner Weiss, did you have a comment?
Well, I guess it is a comment. Is anybody else interested in running for vice chair?
Maybe for our new members, it would be useful to tell them what the general responsibilities of the vice chair are.
So I regret to inform you that the vice chair is, among other things, responsible for maintaining the list of hearing officer assignments. So making sure that when we assign hearing officers for rulemaking, hearings, and other things, that that we have a fair rotation of those assignments. And of course, the primary responsibility of the vice chair is to preside when the chair is not available. But the hearing officer piece of it has been part of the job in recent years. I can't think of anything else. Can you?
Yes, to personally pay for council's retainer.
Oh, yes, there's that.
Okay.
I got $1.
So any discussion, it appears no other nominations. Any discussion? Commissioner Bailey?
I just wanted to hear what Commissioner Duggins had to say about, does he really want to do this?
Well, I'd like to thank you for the nomination. I do, is the quick answer. I spent a lot of time in reflection as to, obviously, everybody knows I'm a solo practitioner. So when I'm not working, I'm not making. So I had to factor that in and realizing the time commitment that it will take. But I've been able to come to a conclusion that I will be able to submit to the time that it takes to be the vice chair. And I look forward to helping the commission in any way I can.
Well, that's good to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So is it necessary for us to do a roll call? I assume so.
Unfortunately, yes, because any actions would.
Yes,
We have
that's
to,
my
yeah.
assumption. So Lois, if you would do the roll call again.
Bailey?
Aye.
Commissioner Carter?
Aye.
Aye.
Commissioner DeRage?
Yes, aye.
Commissioner Duggan?
Aye. It'd be weird if I said no.
Ellison?
Aye.
Commissioner Keen?
Aye.
Commissioner Lowry?
Aye.
Commissioner Gibson?
Aye.
Commissioner Reardon?
Aye.
Commissioner Solomon? Commissioner Tweedy?
Aye.
Commissioner Yarborough?
Aye.
And Commissioner?
Aye.
Thank you all.
So if we're proceeding with election of the chair, then it would make sense for Vice Chair Duggan to conduct that part of the meeting.
All right, for the election of the chair, are there any nominations?
Mr. Chair,
We'll go,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
Mr. Vice Chair.
He's already recognized.
Yeah,
Acting chair.
Mr. Deerheck?
Thank you.
Commissioner
I
Dragg.
too have been giving this a lot of thought, and I do want to make a nomination today. I'm pleased today to nominate Robin Smith for EMC Chair. And for the newer members, I'm happy to share with you the reasons why I think she should serve. For those less familiar with her, she's an attorney who's built her career in natural resources and environmental law. Her knowledge and experience applying state and federal law consistent with the DEQ's and the EMC's missions are unmatched by any sitting member of this body. Chair Smith has the essential skills and capacity necessary to chair and facilitate EMC decision-making on complex legal issues that come before us. Our state environmental laws have changed dramatically this year. These changes will require the chairman to understand and lead us in applying those amendments correctly. The EMC chair needs to be someone who fully understands the commission's mission and its role in relationship to other bodies in state government. As an example, she demonstrated her understanding of the interconnectedness of the EMC, Coastal Resources Commission, and Marine Fisheries Commission when she organized the first ever, to my knowledge, of our September meeting at the coast. The three commissions' Coastal Habitat Protection Plan is a prime, excellent example of a strong collaboration. An effective chairperson must invest significant time beyond commission meetings days to assure EMC business is conducted appropriately. As chair, she has devoted a great amount of her own personal time to establish and maintain communication with all government bodies at all levels and stakeholders to ensure all parties are confident the EMC is fulfilling its responsibilities. She is at a point in her distinguished career where she can and has prioritized the EMC business. As you've seen firsthand, she conducts her meetings with great decorum, respect, and fairness to all individuals. Given these qualifications, skills, and significant investment of time required to serve as the EMC chair, I urge you to join me in electing her, Robin Smith, to continue in this role. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Deerheck. Do I have to get a second on the nomination?
No.
No. Are there any further nominations? Commissioner Keen?
Yes.
No.
I nominate Commissioner Solomon. I'll let him give his own campaign speech.
Well, I'd be happy to offer a few things since I've served with him on this commission for a number of years. And especially, I guess, important for those of you who are fairly new. Commissioner Solomon has previously served as chair of this commission for, I guess, about a couple of years. Some years back at the early, I guess, the first year or so of the Cooper administration and the last year of the McCrory administration. So he's had quite a good deal of experience. And probably at this point, except for me, maybe the longest serving member of the commission, and Commissioner Keen. I forgot, he's been on 3 terms. So,
25 years.
well, now wait a minute. Well, this is true. This is true. And if you go back to the old days, right?
Old days.
Old days, that's
Dating
right.
myself.
For those of you on the phone, that was Commissioner Deerheck, who did serve on the commission some years prior to the revised commission in 2013. But JD's served in a number of roles. He's provided a great deal of experience. His background in the engineering and consulting side of things has been most helpful to me, at least, certainly, and I think to all the members in both in his role as earlier role as chair and now more recently as a serving member of the commission. So I would strongly urge you to vote for JD for this position.
If I might add,
Mr. Vice Chair.
Yes, sir. Commissioner
I
Keen.
did not prepare anything, of course, but I have written a few things there. I think that Commissioner Solomon, from serving under him as the chair, previous chair, and his term being extended through this administration we have in the state, is trusted. He's committed. He spends the time. He's responsible. He's fair, and he's engaged. So with that, I support the efforts of the nomination to elect Commissioner Solomon as chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other nominations or any other commissioner that wishes to say something? Hearing none, I suppose, Madam Clerk, we need to do a roll on.
I want to be absolutely clear how we're going to conduct this roll, since we now have two. We didn't have the problem with the vice chair, but how are we going to do this now? Philip?
Vice Chair, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Robert's rules requires that nominations be taken in the order that they are offered. They generally do not require a no vote. It's just the name of the first nominee is called. All those in favor, generally speaking, if you're in the room, would raise their hands, but now that they're remote, it would be, I suppose, appropriate to have the member vote aye, and if they're not voting for that candidate, we could just move to we have to have both candidates called. So if you're not voting for one candidate, you could just pass or abstain, because you still have to have a majority of members present and voting for a motion or a nomination to succeed. So if a member is voting for a different candidate, and now that we have names, we can just say it. If you're voting for Chair Smith, then when it comes your term, after her name is called, you would just say aye to Chair Smith. If you're not voting for Chair Smith, then you would say abstain or pass, whatever, because you're still counted for quorum purposes, even if you abstain, right? And then regardless of the outcome, we would proceed to calling the next name and proceed in the same circumstance.
Okay. Any further questions? Madam Clerk? This is the nomination of Smith as the chairman. So this is the first is going to be for Smith, or Commissioner Smith, as to whether she will be elected. So.
Aye.
Commissioner Baumgartner,
Pass.
Commissioner Carter,
Pass.
Commissioner Day,
Aye for nominee Smith.
Commissioner Ellison,
Pass.
Commissioner Keen,
Pass.
Commissioner Wiley,
Aye.
Commissioner Gibson,
Aye.
Commissioner Reardon,
Pass.
Commissioner Solomon,
Pass.
Commissioner Tweedy,
Aye.
Commissioner Yarborough,
Pass.
and Commissioner Weiss.
Aye.
And Madam Clerk, I will vote aye on this vote.
Oh,
And you skipped, I believe, Commissioner
Can I
Reagan.
vote as the
Chairman.
Yeah.
chair? Okay. Well, pass. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Vice Chair, it's appropriate to call.
Next one.
For clarity, I might ask, what was the virtual?
Let them vote. Let them vote.
What was the virtual?
Commissioner Gibson was an aye. I believe Commissioner Reardon was a pass.
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct.
And so now it's appropriate to call the roll for the nomination of Commissioner Solomon.
All right, we'll call for the roll for the nomination of Commissioner Solomon.
Commissioner Bailey,
Pass.
Commissioner Carter,
Aye.
Commissioner Baumgartner,
Aye.
Commissioner Bureau,
Pass.
Commissioner Duggan,
Aye.
Commissioner Ellison,
Aye.
Commissioner Keen,
Aye.
Lawley,
Pass.
Commissioner Gibson,
Pass.
Commissioner Reardon,
Aye.
Commissioners Tweedy,
Pass.
Commissioner Yarber,
Aye.
Commissioner Weiss,
Pass.
Commissioner
Pass.
Solomon.
and Commissioner Solomon.
Mr. Vice Chair, we have 8 voting in favor of Mr. Solomon's nomination, which is a majority of the vote.
So then Commissioner Solomon is now elected the chair of the EMC, and I'll turn the meeting over to you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Opening comments would just be, I know that's hard. I know we're in a kind of a transition here. I think it was alluded to. I had to work that same transition back at the beginning of the Cooper administration, where I was appointed by one group and served for over 2 years in the Cooper administration. I know both sides of this thing very well. I think I'll be able to work between all parties, including the department, very well. And I'd say this, from a functional standpoint, we are the EMC together. And really part of my job is to screen you guys and the external things, whether they're stakeholders or politics or whatever. And so I really want us to work as a functional unit for the next 2 years. We've got election year next year, and then we're going to have a new administration coming in. Whether we've got 2 or 3 state leaders that are going to be transitioning too. So we're going to have to come down through next year and then come back up with some new leadership. So we need to stick together. We need to make good decisions. We need to do things as openly and transparently and for the good of the state as we can do them. And I'm excited about filling this role again. Some of you may be happy as a chair. You'll probably get me to shut up a little bit more now because I've got to keep everybody together. So, but, and I just, that's about all I've got to say today. A couple action items before well, let's go this way. How do you guys feel? Do you guys want to go to civil remissions? Give me a head nod, or do you want the director's comments? You have those in writing. Does anybody feel like going through director's comments at this point, or do we want to stay close to our schedule and move on?
Do you want to hear committee reports today?
Yeah, we'll go around.
Okay.
All right, let's go. Let's just stay on the agenda. Let's go director's comments and committee reports, and then we'll close out with a few more notes. Okay. Who's first? Go ahead.
Toby Vincent, Interim Director for Energy Mineral Land Resources. A few quick comments and updates for you. The RSD for an FD program has chosen to prioritize certain rule sets for readoption from the rule cycle. Our O2K rules for dam safety are one of those sets. We presented to the Water Quality Committee yesterday our preparations for starting the process in January. That will be depending on when we receive those official reports and those templates to be able to prepare and bring forward to you. We have a deadline of August 2024 to meet the RRC agenda for the rules, or the rules will expire and will be removed from the code. With help from Jennifer Everett, we have developed a schedule to meet this deadline. The report will come to the full EMC in March in order to proceed to public comment, and again in July for final determination. This will allow for us to be on the August 15th agenda of the RRC. Moving on, and other business for dam safety program, FEMA has just announced, it's just an informational item for you. It's just announced that it's making $185 million available for the high hazard potential dams grant for repair, modification, and or removal. in the upcoming year. That's for all 50 states. North Carolina will be offered the full amount of what we qualify for, yet we do not know what the amount will be because we don't know how many other states will be applying for that grant program at this time. Also, this grant is only available to state and locally owned high hazard dams, and also high hazard dams owned by certain nonprofits. I think they're 05C nonprofits. So, and they hold strict to those requirements. Within our stormwater program, we're preparing for our NPDS general stormwater permit renewal for NC 010,000, which is our construction stormwater, as well as our NCG 25 permit, which is also construction stormwater for those projects not subject to the SPCA. That's the Sedimentation Pollution Control Act. Those should be prepared and be rolling in April. We're currently putting together a stakeholder group for these two permits, but we're not anticipating making any significant changes to them. Also on board between now and June are our NCG 16, which is asphalt paving, 17 textile mills, 18 furniture manufacturing, and 20 scrap metal. We should be moving forward with those between May and June for the rest of those. Stormwater program as well, we will also be finalizing our online PTP process solution for construction stormwater within the next 2 to 3 months. So that it will complement our new system for erosion sedimentation control, which went live just last week on November 1st. This will allow applicants to obtain their erosion sedimentation control approval and NCG 01 construction stormwater permit coverage in a single application process for any projects coming completely through the DEMLR program. So with that, any questions?
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Just a few updates from the Division of Waste Management. Michael Scott here, Director. We do continue to coordinate as the Division of Waste Management with other DEQ programs regarding the Pactive Evergreen plant site in Kent, North Carolina. We're happy that above ground fuel tank storage removal is complete. That was one source of petroleum impacts to the Pigeon River. Next to that plant, those fuel tanks have been removed. Ongoing impacted soil is being removed and further assessment at the site for contaminants like fuel oil and black liquor from the pulp and paper manufacturing process. A lot of this coordinated remedial action work is being done through our different programs, as I alluded to, but also with an EPA removal action also at that site. We're excited by some additional brownfield funding that our division has obtained through EPA. We have been able to onboard some new VOCAM units, which are going to allow us to do real-time vapor intrusion work, primarily related to TCE and other compounds that can present risk in indoor air environments through contaminated groundwater or soil. So we're really excited about this new instrumentation. The world of vapor intrusion is an important front, just like other media, like groundwater, surface water, and air. We do continue to move forward with the development of a statewide solar decommissioning program as required by Session Law 2023-58. We have created decommissioning, and we're working on the initial report to the General Assembly. That was a report that came up fast, and so appreciate Jessica and the rest of the team being so instrumental on the preparation for that. On the same front, meaning solar, we did want the commission to be aware that EPA is in the early stages of a proposed rulemaking effort to add hazardous waste type solar panels to the universal waste regulation. So a lot of discussion on end-of-life solar, how we'll manage these panels, recycling them, where they will go for final disposal, but also wanted to share EPA's initial rulemaking efforts for universal waste designation. Just a few other quick legislative updates that I know that some of you are aware of, but I'll just touch on them. There were several pieces of legislation in the General Assembly's legislative session that touched on waste management. Session Law 2023-137 does ban lithium-ion batteries from landfill disposal and also bans solar panels from unlined landfill disposal. Not all of our sanitary landfills are lined, meaning synthetic liners not at a lot of our construction and demolition landfills. So that particular waste stream in the future, meaning solar panels, would not be allowed to go to unlined facilities if they were not recycled. Session Law 2023-138 also allows this commission, the Environmental Management Commission, to adopt rules governing permitting for closure and post-closure of coal combustion residual impoundments and landfills. If the commission decides that rulemaking is needed on that front, then obviously our solid waste section will be coordinating with the commission on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I'll spare you all my 30-minute presentation today due to time. How's that? $5. But I do want to mention a few things. Over the past couple of meetings, we've been talking about the 401 certification program as it relates to the voters for changes. I do want to report that the program, our 401 certification program, is processing 401 certifications. And we're doing them on a normal pace. If there's a question as it relates to jurisdiction, we are requiring applicants to provide the U.S. Corps of Engineers approved jurisdictional determination prior to our processing the applications.
Excuse me, could you repeat that last slide?
So when there's a question related to the jurisdiction of whether it is jurisdictional wetlands or not, we're asking the applicants and to provide a U.S. Army Corps of Engineers jurisdictional determination.
Will you accept a PJD or do you require an AJD?
Approved.
That's kind of unreasonable because the Corps is not issuing those. Certainly not in a timely fashion.
Let's keep moving through the thing and we can take this offline.
Animal feed operations, we've reported that we're going through the general permit process. The public hearings and comment period ended November 3rd. Staff is reviewing those comments and it's going under departmental review. We hope to have those completed in December. We hope to have those general permits issued in January. Legislatively speaking, at our last meeting, the legislature had not concluded, the budget had not passed. I am happy to report that we did have fee increases on many of our programs that are noted in my division director's report. We have implemented those fees. They began October 3rd. An interesting fact on these fees is the fact that we do have some ability to increase these fees according to inflation every year beginning in 2025. Also wanted to note that there was $2 billion worth of infrastructure funding approved in the budget. Over 200 projects were approved and a 3% administrative fee for support was added as well to help us process these projects as we move forward. Another quick note, as the legislative, there was a lot of activity, several bills we had as a division, more than 15 or 16 provisions that dealt with it. One of those provisions that I will mention is there's an EMC study on narrative water quality standards. We will be coming before the EMC in January to address that study for your presentation. The last thing is we are getting dry as a state and continuing to get drier and drier. But currently, most of the state is in moderate drought and severe drought in also quite a few counties. We are not looking to have much rain in the next couple of months. We hope El Nino will kick in at the beginning of the year, but just to make you aware that the state is drying out and we may be requiring to have our public water systems go to water conservation measures and report those measures that they're taking as they move forward.
Thank you, Director Rogers. Director Abrazinskis.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the new commissioners. Look forward to working with you. So as not to be left out of the PFAS discussion today, I'll give you 60 seconds on the importance of the air emissions pathway for PFAS. And really reiterate and highlight a few of the comments you heard from Assistant Secretary Mazemore and Franny. It is true that the risk assessment science related to inhalation of PFAS is lagging far behind the ingestion route of exposure. And so that's why you're not seeing a lot of movement on that front in terms of air standards. I'd say we have a lot more competence and confidence with regard to the control of air emissions at a source of PFAS. We've learned quite a lot there, and there are effective modes of control. You also heard a mention of limited ways of measuring air emissions of PFAS, and that's absolutely true. There's only one stack test method currently for measuring PFAS at the stack of a source. There's another one under development that's going to be really, really important in terms of understanding the products of incomplete combustion when PFAS-laden gas is combusted and not at proper temperatures for full breakdown and capture. And then finally, there are no federal reference methods for going outside right now and measuring PFAS in ambient air. So there's one thing we know for sure, we can measure it in water. So the way that we try to characterize the role of atmospheric deposition is through collection of rainwater, wet deposition data, and also dry deposition data. We've been doing that near Morris and also statewide as a background set of data. So that's a quick snapshot on the air emissions front on PFAS. Just want to make sure we reiterated that. To follow on Director Rogers' comments about drought, the drought has unfortunately been a contributing factor to a growing wildfire situation in the western part of our state and really in all the southern Appalachians. The wildfire activity has increased significantly over the last week. Smoke is producing very rapidly changing conditions in portions of the mountains. I gave a quick demo in committee yesterday of a EPA tool that's really helpful for folks in those areas. Conditions can change rapidly in the mountains based on fire conditions, topography, mountain valley flows, meteorology. And so I encourage everyone in that part of the state to please stay tuned to what the North Carolina Forest Service is saying. They're doing a great job, obviously, with this situation, and also to what our forecasters are saying with regard to impacts and potential health impacts of smoke, because there have been some significant high readings of fine particulate matter at some of the indicator monitors in the western part of the state earlier this week. So I appreciate everyone that's working those issues. And then finally, I just wanted to say, he's not here today, but just want to recognize Steve Hall. He's our technical services section chief. He's going to retire at the end of the year from the division. Steve's one of the good guys. He's been a steady hand, great professional, subject matter expert on our compliance program. I just want to say publicly thank you to him. We're going to miss him greatly. We wish him well in his retirement, and we're working to build him as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So Steve, I'm envious that he beat me to retirement. So we used to coach kids together, so back in the day. So I didn't mean to rush, but I did try to get down the line. Do we have questions for any of the directors?
I have one question
Sure.
for Mr. Abrazinskis. Yesterday in the Air Quality Committee report on status of rulemaking, you provided a link to the regulatory impact analysis for the Advanced Clean Truck Rule, which was certified by OSBM. But we didn't really discuss it in committee. I meant to ask at the time, can you tell us what the bottom line conclusion was of that fiscal analysis?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I'd say that the bottom line of the fiscal analysis of that program was that it showed significant potential emission reductions and considerable associated benefits to the environment and to public health. And so bottom line, I think that the total the analysis showed significant cumulative net fiscal impacts.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the directors? Here, let me go down order. I believe Chairman Weiss, did you have the first committee yesterday, water allocation?
I did, yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
you want to report on the
I will.
allocation?
Thank you, Chairman Solomon. The Water Allocation Committee did meet yesterday. We had a wonderful presentation from Harold Brady in the water planning section of the Division of Water Resources. He took us through a primer on IBT, the process for that, and including some of the history, and we appreciated that very much. We will be meeting in January, and there will be additional presentations from the water planning section at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Deerhake, Air Quality.
Thank you. Air Quality did meet, and let me just first of all begin by congratulating you on your new role as chairman. We have served together, I think now maybe 6 or 7 years total. And I respect your work and your qualifications. You offer great insight into municipal and local government issues. So thank you.
She's being nice to me, so she doesn't get the lab rules next time.
No.
You did a great job. You're the only one that would have spent the time on those lab rules. You did a great job
You
on
can
that.
give it to someone else.
We will this time. You got them straight last time, so
Yes,
go ahead.
thank
with
you.
your report.
The Air Quality Committee did meet. We had no action items. Of course, you had the gasoline service station item today, but we did have information item. One was postponed until January due to an illness. We'll hear that at a later time, which was just an update or an information item for all members about how the planning section works in the Division of Air Quality. We heard a presentation from Director Abrzinskis. Maybe he was saving this for me to talk about, but on the legislative changes and forthcoming actions that the division expects to bring to the Air Quality Committee. But I will just highlight a few of the larger ones. One in particular regarding the Advanced Clean Truck rule planning that we were in the midst of beginning, that the legislature has now prohibited state or regional emission standards for new motor vehicles, particularly focusing on the Advanced Clean Truck rule, we would think. They've also prohibited cap and trade requirements to be adopted by this body for carbon dioxide or greenhouse gas emissions. So that is out of our realm now. They have also enacted in state law, Session Law 2023-134, air permitting review and issuance timelines that adds not only a definition of the term administrative complete, but gives time limits for permit decision-making by the Division of Air Quality. Under Title V, they have granted an exemption for certain research and development projects. As for pre-permitting, they've expanded the list of activities that are allowable prior to obtaining an air quality permit, including construction. Title V, once again, they have enacted a program that is, to our knowledge, not operating in any other state, or at least southeastern state, and that is a permit bonus pilot program for staff to meet permitting decisions in a timely fashion. And there will be some other technical corrections. Now, there is also enacted by the legislature removing a number, 18 of the 19 counties that are currently in the Vehicle Emission Inspection and Maintenance Program, retaining Mecklenburg only. This will require a good deal of effort by the division to comply to make sure we satisfy the state implementation plan. And then the staff was saying that they are beginning to work on bringing to us a review of possible increases to synthetic minor permit fees. They have not been updated since 1994. Is that correct? And we will be seeing most likely some federal standards coming down our way in the future. There are 2 or 3 that are currently proposed dealing with electric generating units and the air emission reporting requirements. So those are amongst a number of things that are going to keep the Air Quality Committee occupied, I think, for the next year. Have I overlooked anything, Air Quality Committee members?
Well, if I could ask a question, either was in your earlier presentation, last couple of weeks or discussion you and I had, I thought you told me that Meck County was coming out too, because it didn't make sense to keep Meck County in if the surrounding counties were coming out of the INM.
Well, I was stating the way it was phrased by the legislature.
Okay.
The division is considering how most efficiently to
Okay.
handle it.
All right.
Yeah, so
That's accurate.
Okay.
that's right. So we did hear about the wildfires and the air quality impacts on that. And we will hear in January a summary of an annual report that has good information to report on the reductions of hazardous air pollutants over the past 2 decades in the state. So thank you.
Any questions for Air Quality Committee? Okay, I chaired the Water Quality Committee yesterday. PFAS was, lab methods were approved to come to the commission in January, so we'll be seeing those. Dam safety had its rules, first of the rules readoption coming through, so we approved those to come to the commission. The necessary or unnecessary type first step in that process in January. We had 3 good presentations, one on the triennial review, one on the water quality reclassification on High Rock Lake, and the entire EMC may get involved in that one before it's over or not. We'll have to work through that. And then we heard another one on the Jordan Lake nutrient management strategy. So those are information items, but those are all 3 fairly big and significant topics. But that's all I had. Anybody else from water quality or any questions on that? Okay. Before I leave committees and go around to everybody, I will be working, I'll call you Chair Smith, but past Chair Smith, looking at committees and Vice Chair Dugan, and we will, by January, we'll look at that. I like to be as disruptive as possible, but we have got quite a few new members. I want to make sure that as we've added people in, we get everybody on committees that they have the expertise with and the preferences. Not everybody, as any chair will tell you, will get all they want, but we're going to do our best to get the right people on the right committees and feel like we can all work together on what we're doing. So with that, Commissioner Bailey, any comments for the good of the
Thank
whole?
you, Chair Solomon. Well, I want to congratulate you. We worked very closely on the Groundwater and Waste Management Committee, pulling through the 2L standards. That was quite a list that we had to go through, and we were very successful with that. So it was
Cleaned up about 20 years of backlog, it felt like, didn't we? At least 10 anyway, didn't we?
Well, I mean, I worked on them in 1985, so.
Yeah.
So I knew a lot about them, and so it was good to get to know you through that process. And congratulations to you, Commissioner Duggan. I'm glad to know that you thought about this, and I welcome you to this new position. I wanted to thank Assistant Secretary I'm going to say it wrong. Mazemore. I was combining your names, Sushma Mazemore. Sorry about that. I apologize. But that was an amazing presentation that you put together. I think it's a really good start for what we have ahead of us. I just couldn't thank you more for bringing that all together. And the same for Director Rogers, who's over there. But I mean, I know it took a lot of staff time. And I think that's all I wanted to say is I'm looking forward to 2024.
Mr. Bumgarner.
Chair Solomon, congratulations. Look forward to working with you in your new capacity. I know we talked about extensively at the last meeting, focus on wetlands rule and moving forward. I hope that's going to come to the forefront maybe in future meetings. Looking forward to working with you on those issues and others.
Mr. Carter.
Oh, just congratulations.
Mr. Deerhake, anything else?
I would like to thank Robin Smith for her service as chairman. I think she has done an outstanding
Needs
job.
at least a round of applause today. I'll tell you, you don't know how hard it is to do the job.
Right.
It is
And I hope
tough,
everyone
time-consuming
knows
job.
that I'm honored. I feel honored and privileged to serve with each and every one of you. You're so excellently qualified. I look forward to it continuing.
Just want to say thank you all for your trust, and I hope to earn it. Thank you, Commissioner Smith, for all your service to this board, and good luck to you, Chair Solomon.
We're together, bro. Commissioner Ellison, anything for the good of the group?
I'm just going to repeat the congratulations to the new chair and vice chair. I would repeat what Mr. Baumgartner said about the wetlands issues and what the legislature has directed, because it's very complex and there are a lot of projects that need some confidence in the system. Again, credit the department for the whole broad context they provided for the PFAS. I was very well done. You mentioned, you talked about it in Water Quality Committee. This really touches on hammers every committee potentially. And I would just, I think the commission needs to be deliberate in how we are going to approach this, because like I said, it's solid waste, it's water quality. It's everybody. So something we need to keep up on.
Mr. Smith.
So congratulations or condolences.
Thank you.
We're
Best
about
day of your
to,
life, right?
yeah, exactly. So we're about to switch roles. I get to talk more now, which is good. So the other thing I wanted to give you a heads up on is that I sent an email back to the department staff person who sent me an email yesterday saying, oh, by the way, the EMC annual report to the legislature is due the end of this year, and we'd like to have your draft next week.
Okay.
So I've let them know. Is now responsible for completing the annual
Thank you very
report.
much.
You're welcome.
Well, that was a big stinky you gave me there.
Don't the bylaws say the past chair does
No,
that?
no.
That's
Okay.
appropriate.
We'll take that under advisement. Go ahead, Commissioner King. Anything for the good of the group, Commissioner King?
Robert Smith, Chair Smith, Commissioner Smith. I'm glad you said talk more because now you can join me in asking questions and getting right into it. But I say that to say this, you have been so fair as chair. You have always recognized me, and I've watched you recognize others when it's been a long, long meeting and we're all tired. But you still have given us, as chair, you've just been so fair.
I appreciate that.
And I mean that from the bottom of my heart, I really do. Commissions, the remissions committee group, we have one item, and that is 5 minutes after we finish, not 15. It was supposed to start at 1:30, so.
I've been trying to go faster.
It won't be long. We don't have any oral presentations. We just have to hear this one. But we do have several new members. Commissioner Gibson, Commissioner Reardon, Commissioner Twitty, and Commissioner Yarborough. And I see Commissioner Bailey's here, Commissioner Deerhake. So we just have that quick meeting hopefully, and we'll be out of here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lyman.
Chair Solomon, I want to congratulate you. I look forward to working with you. I had two items. One, I missed everybody in the September meeting. I was chairing a meeting with the US FDA on drug development and safety issues. Again, really related to data generation and data making good decisions and so forth. So again, I think it was consistent with the mission, but slightly different venue. And my final comment is I do want to, again, thank former Chair Smith, not only for the work that is visible, but my personal gratitude to her for her many efforts to get me educated and up to speed on the workings of the commission and how legislative bodies act and behave and so forth. And hopefully I didn't do anything incredibly embarrassing during my time served. But Robin, thank you so much for your personal commitment to make all of us better. So appreciate it.
So now it's a turn. I'm not going to forget the people online. So let's go to Commissioner Gibson first, and then we'll go, if Joe's still on there, we'll go to Joe. But Commissioner Gibson.
Sure, I'd like to yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yes, I'd like to thank former Chair Smith for welcoming me to the Environmental Management Commission, and it is truly a great privilege to serve. And to our new chair, Commissioner or Chair Solomon, I'd like to say go pack. No offense to Dr. Lyerly.
My uncle went to the States. So.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Do we have, is that all, Jack? Is that all, Commissioner Gibson? We'll call you by your
That's
first
it.
name.
Thank you.
Joe, any comments from you? Are you there?
He's on that airplane.
He's on an airplane now. Okay. Commissioner Tweedy, he can't talk to us.
Yeah, when you're at the end of the line, everything's already been said, but I do want to say personally, thank you to Commissioner Smith for welcoming me into the commission this summer, making me feel welcome, helping orient me. And then congratulations, JD and Chris. Look forward to working with everybody going forward into the new year.
Thank you. Commissioner Weiss.
I'm also looking forward to the new year. Congratulations to you, Chair Solomon and Vice Chair Dugan. And thank you very much to Robert Smith, former chair, for how you've led this commission and my time here, and for all the work you've done to bring us along as a commission that maybe doesn't show up here, but you communicated with us so fluidly, and I appreciate that.
Mr. Yarborough. First time with us.
Yes, and I appreciate the opportunity. I do have an accent because am from the western part of the state, not Union County. Forward to working with all of you. I've been in conservation since I was a kid, and I've always been an agriculture person, so I want to support that every way I can.
Very good. Great to have you. Commissioner, Councilman Reynolds, see, I'm doing Commissioner Councilman Reynolds.
Not even mad at me.
No,
Yet.
not.
Yet.
Maybe,
Yet.
maybe.
Yes. Well, he's worked with me before. so he does. Just want to say congratulations to you both as well and express my sincere gratitude and appreciation for working with Commissioner Smith. Now she won't have to put up with me as much, right? So.
There's an upside to everything.
There is an upside to everything. And with that, Mr. Chairman, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Two things to leave you guys with, just comments, and I'm gonna hit, Assistant Secretary Masemore kind of blind with this. But one thing we did do, we have a lot of new members, and former Assistant Secretary Holman and I started this when I started. And I don't know how formal it's been, but we had an onboarding session with our new commissioners. So I'd like to kind of resurrect that to some degree. And whether you're new or old, bring everybody in for a couple hours and let's go through how the department works and how the EMC formally works and informally works and all that kind of stuff. So we can onboard as many of you guys that are new as possible. And I think you'll support that, won't you, Assistant Secretary?
We'll do that.
Thank you very much. The other thing I'd like to do, and I don't want to get sideways here anyway, but we've got 3 great talents and I think we need some help. So I'm going to charge individually you, Commissioner Baumgartner, you talk first, to come back in January. And I just need something in writing, 1 page, 2 page, but on the wetlands issues. Do we do nothing? Do we form some kind of ad hoc committee? Do we put it in one of our water quality committees? Do we go to rulemaking? I just need an opinion, and you're an expert in that. And I hope you'll work with Commissioner Ellison to work with that, and Commissioner Tweedy, and y'all give us some direction. It's not an official committee charge or anything, but just something we can sink our teeth in and consider. We want to do that.
Absolutely. So be careful, open your mouth first, I guess. I said, be careful when you open your mouth
Yeah, you
first.
did, so.
Yeah, I'll be glad to. I will work with Commissioner Ellison and Tweedy we'll get something back to the commission.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And with that, I don't have anything else, but I think we're adjourned, so thank you.